are these people?
Hi, everybody. Andy here. I have got a very special guest and friend, and I'm sorry for my mouth thing. I have a dentist, but forget about that. I have our friend GenXGirl1994. You may have seen her on Twitter. She does phenomenal work, and I have been really excited to have this conversation with her for weeks. We've been setting this up and planning this conversation. I love what she does with her Twitter account, and I wanted everybody to see what she's doing, follow her, and understand what she's doing, why she's doing it, and what the motivation is. Because I think that she's right on point. Okay, so GenXGirl, say hi.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me, Indy. I really appreciate it.
Really, it's my pleasure. Let me share with people your Twitter feed, your Twitter page right now, so your X, whatever you want to call it, the Elon everything app page. So at GenXGirl1994, I'm guessing that means that you were probably born in 1994. You're on the
no, it's actually class of 1994. Because if I was born in 94, then that would technically make me, I think, a millennial, maybe.
Right? You're Z.
But yeah, it's the year I associate with Gen X.
So you started this account in July of 2022, which is interesting. Not that new of an account, but man, has it grown? Yeah. And the reason why it's been growing, I think a lot of it is because of the way that you post, the fire that you're posting in there, and the facts and the information that's in there that people don't want out there. Okay.
Yeah.
So share. Yeah. Let me know kind of how did you get into starting to share all this stuff?
Well, so right now as you're scrolling, you're seeing a couple of my angry posts, just because lately I've been like under attack lately by like Israeli trolls, and I do mean Israel proper, trolls. So I was just responding to a few of them because I've kind of like had enough of the attacks. But how did I start? So I just kind of so I retired a few years ago. I retired early.
Nice.
And yeah, so it's been really nice. And I had all this extra time on my hands, and I've always loved researching. It's just something that I've always tried to do on my spare time. Mm-hmm. But now all of a sudden I had all this time to do it. And so, I started out, researching and stuff like that. And then I started looking on, Twitter. When I had my company, I had a Twitter account that, my marketing person was managing, but I wasn't really like in social media. The last time I think I was ever active on social media was like in 2016 on Facebook, and who uses that anymore? And so I was like, let's just check to see what's going on. Everybody says this is where the news is and stuff. So I started to get into it and still read my articles and, do kind of like what you do. Find publications that, aren't necessarily mainstream, but, write about things that are from a different perspective, and then research that and try to find some more and all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, the Ukraine war happened. And that kind of struck me and kind of got me motivated to start, posting. Because at first I was just kind of reading on Twitter. But the Ukraine war in particular, just because I'm old enough to remember a lot of the wars. I am definitely, I lived through 9/11, and, had very close proximity of experiencing some of that tragedy and things like that. And so, I just remembered a lot of the narrative that we were sold for, starting so many wars after that, right? The quote unquote war on terror and, multiple countries and things like that. But even going as far back as like the 90s and the Balkans and all this kind of stuff, I remember these things. My parents were always really into politics, so they would talk about it as I was growing up. So I would always hear it. And as I started to hear the narrative about Ukraine, it just was, it paralleled what we had heard so many times before, and I started to look into it and research and things like that. And I'm like, my God, this is identical. I mean, there was a clip of Hillary Clinton that I found that was just hilarious. And she literally said that Ukraine will be Russia's Afghanistan 2.0. And she was talking about the Soviet Soviet U.S. proxy war that happened in Afghanistan that
Sure.
started in the late 70s and went into the 80s, right?
Right,
And
right.
I'm like, this isn't.
Charlie Wilson's War. If you remember the movie, they
Yes,
talk about that quite a bit.
yes, exactly, exactly. And I'm like, how amazing that these people are just talking about it as if, it's just, pawns on a chessboard. This is what we're going to do. It worked before, and we're going to use Ukraine to destroy them again, just like we did before. And so that really just, I think it really struck a nerve for me. I've always been anti-war. And that just really started to like, the best word to use is it made me angry, that we just keep doing this over and over and over. And there's also repercussions to that, right? The blowback. And what, just really the standing of our country, where we are, what's happening in the world, and that kind of stuff. And these wars, I mean, so I started to research how many, in the last century or last 100 years, excuse me, how many wars, have we been in? How many clandestine, government overthrows and da da da. And I went back and I did 100 years, and I went back some more, and then I went all the way back to the inception of America or the U.S. And if you count it all, between government, documents, I mean, I counted over 200. I think it was close to 250. And that was like, my God, this is crazy. Like what are we doing here? So I started to talk about that kind of stuff. And then I started to talk about Ukraine. I started to try to draw parallels and things like that. Of course, that was under the old Twitter regime, where that was poo-pooed, right? They
Right.
didn't like all the but I was never anti-Ukraine. I was anti-war. And the perspective that I brought, what I try to bring forth, is that I've seen this play out. Ukrainians are just as much of a victim in this as, the people who are being fed this narrative to support sending, billions of dollars of weapons to get them to literally kill themselves. And that was my perspective. Of course, at that time it was so tense, and there was a huge, if you remember, I mean, the anti-war people at the beginning of that were far outnumbered by the pro. What do you mean you want Russia to destroy Ukraine? No, I'm saying if you support the war, they will destroy Ukraine. I mean, just look at the number difference, look at the troop difference, look at and look at our past record of how many times have we, quote unquote, supported a country's liberation or fighting somebody else in a proxy war, and fed them weapons and money and all this stuff to a point where we're satisfied, whatever that metrics is for satisfaction, and then we just leave them hanging. I mean, Afghanistan in both wars is the perfect example. And I saw a lot of parallels between Ukraine and Afghanistan. And I kept talking about, if you look at Afghanistan and look at what happened to them, that will be Ukraine one day. And you just don't see it yet, and fast forward, that is in fact the case. When the October 7th happened, Ukraine just completely, went on the back burner, and was basically, the support had already waned, and now they weren't, they just weren't interesting anymore. So they're just kind of forgotten, obscure on the side, but the war is continuing. People are still dying. Things are still getting destroyed, and it's getting more, it's expanding. Now they're, hitting locations in Russia, and trying to start, little liberations in countries, in and around Ukraine, to start, second fronts against Russia, such as Georgia. They've tried that many times.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And so that was just kind of like, okay, but it took a while. And all of us who were on the anti-war side, I mean, eventually, I think that we saw that we were proven right, and because, the narrative and the mood changed, and the majority then started to realize, no, this is in fact, another repeat of this war, this war culture that we've, we're sold and we're made to believe is something we need to embrace, because we're bringing democracy. I mean, just in the definition of that is laughable at any of those countries that we've gone to that we've claimed democracy, right?
Yeah, I've always seen Ukraine more as like more as Afghanistan 2.0, because they needed to take the money they were spending on Afghanistan and put it somewhere, because they weren't just going to stop spending it. So what was logically next was that was the plan for 2016, when, you know, if Hillary Clinton had come in, they would have continued the Maidan coup, supported Poroshenko, et cetera, and continue that. Trump put a big monkey wrench in that, tried to stop the payments, the whole Vindman thing. Then they tried to impeach him for stopping the money for going to Ukraine, which turns out in hindsight was kind of the right thing, right? Like it's right. It's almost scary that in that, because he saw that corruption, was like, I don't want that to be that corrupt. We can stop that. That was remarkable to me, because there's just corruption happening everywhere. And that's where I got into all of this, was because of the corruption with regard to Ukraine. They were already corrupt. They were a corrupt country. Everybody knew it. And some of the people, yes, were definitely caught in the crossfire and propagandized against us, but they were being used as a proxy by the United States as cannon fodder to keep Russia occupied. And now we know why. It was basically so that they could take over Syria, so that Israel could do what they needed to do, because they wanted to take out Assad. That's a linchpin. Assad was stopping what was happening in Lebanon to a point. All right. And he didn't stop what they did in the end. But for a long time, they thought that it was going to be Assad that was going to be the problem, that he had to go in order for this greater Israel project, which I think is a lot of what you report on and a lot of what you've been talking about since October 7th, and how this all kind of ties together.
Yeah, to a certain degree, yes. I have not necessarily approached it from the greater Israel perspective directly. But when the situation in Syria happened is when I started to write about that as well. And simply because from the perspective of, this, the question I kept asking when Syria happened and the actors that were involved in Syria, which I found very, very curious, because, throughout this whole 15 months post October 7th, Turkey and Israel have been going at each other continuously, right? And so all of a sudden to see, the situation in Syria, and then you hear Israel's attacking from the southern front, Turkey's attacking from the northern front. The U.S. and all of the bases that we have there are assisting. And oh, by the way, the whatever they were called, HTS or whatever they're
Al-Qaeda.
HTS. Yeah, that they're Al-Qaeda, right? And then you're like, what the heck is going on, And so that's I think that was my motivation for looking into that. Because it just didn't make sense, right? And not that necessarily like I'm obtuse. I mean, I do understand a lot of this stuff is, when they get on their soapbox and give their speeches, a lot of it is BS, because they continue in the case of Turkey, going in and making, announcements at the UN for sanctions and things like that against Israel, while still continuing to supply them with all of these, supplies and things like that they need. And so there was a lot of that. But to actually actively attack a country with the U.S., with, Israel, was a step, beyond, right? That what was, quote unquote, sort of expected, right? And so I started to look, and I dug and I started to realize, oh my gosh, this is all goes back to the damn pipelines that they're trying to build through Syria. And what was funny is that when you started to look at that, and really the publications that focus on LNG and oil were probably the best sources of information, because they had been writing about this for decades, right? Because the initiatives had started, in the early 2000s. And so I started to read those and, and all that stuff. And what I found is in this, in the sort of group of players, you now have Qatar. You now have, obviously Saudi Arabia had some interest in pushing back. That theirs was more geopolitical, but Qatar's was definitely economic, and it all had to do with that. And I'm going to forget what the LNG field is called, but it's in the water in between Qatar and Iran. It's called the something field, right? And they found a huge reserve of LNG in that water, and they share the maritime border, so that it's kind of like split in half. I think Qatar has more of it, but they're each trying to drill out of that and export out. Well, the market, because of the war with Ukraine and because of the LNG that's cut off from the EU, the hottest market on the globe is the EU right now. And because of that, because of that's where the demand is. Everyone is, racing to get, their LNG to the EU fastest and the cheapest, because there's so many competitors that it's becoming, the cost is becoming very difficult for them to ship it to there. So these pipelines are really, a central focus. So, and then I found out that, the issue there was that Turkey wanted Syria to sign off on an LNG pipeline going from Qatar. And, from Qatar to Saudi Arabia to Syria through Syria, potentially through Lebanon up to Turkey, right? Was one route.
And Assad had been resisting that pipeline, correct?
Yes. And Assad, because of his relationship with Russia and Russia's relationship with Iran, wanted to pursue the Iranian pipeline, which is literally a parallel pipeline coming out of the same fields, right? So two competitors are like literally vying for Syria to, no, do my pipeline, no, do mine, right? And so Assad decided that they, because it was strategically more beneficial for Syria to, to back the initiative that Russia was backing, decided to go that route. That literally is one of the main reasons the entire attack on Syria happened from get-go. And so it continued. So he was basically this like block that was keeping this initiative from happening. So all of a sudden, I'm reading all of this, and it's all coming together. And now it makes sense. Okay, why is Turkey, attacking with Israel? But what's Israel's deal? Well, Israel's deal, same freaking thing. There is huge gas LNG pipelines sitting underneath the West Bank and Gaza. And Gaza is obviously in the water, in the maritime. Now, Israel has their own, there's areas in Israel that also have LNG.
Yes.
But the West Bank sits on the bulk of it.
A massive deposit.
I did a massive deposit, right? And so I did I did a video. And by the way, through this video, I found out that try Googling and looking for a detailed map of West Bank on any sort of map online. And I am going to say you are not going to find it, because I dug forever and it's just not possible, right? So I had to literally take 4 maps and put them together on top of each other, right? And transpose them so I could see the maps of where the planned LNG was that they were selling as Israel LNG versus where the deposits were. And all this kind of stuff, and found that they're literally siphoning LNG out of the West Bank. And those pipelines that they have, the proposed pipelines that go through Syria, into the I think it's called the Kish or whatever it's called in Turkey, and that then goes into the EU. And then the same thing with the Gaza. it would go from the maritime, the area in front of Gaza in the water, and another pipeline going through Cyprus and into the EU. So everyone and their mother who has LNG is in this great race, literally killing each other, right? To get to these pipelines to the EU.
Yeah, and that's all because of Nord Stream, because they blew up Nord Stream. Okay, so therefore it quadrupled the price of LNG to Europe last winter. You had Germany like freaking out and their economies were decimated. And now you've got them scrambling to build a new pipeline to get around Russia. Now, what's going to happen also, which is interesting, is if they end up settling and ending Ukraine, they're going to probably turn Nord Stream back on. And that's going to make another competitor, but a lot of Western Europe doesn't want to deal with Russia, even if they do turn it back on. And if there were an alternative that were anywhere close to the same price, they would likely buy it from them instead, would be my guess as well, right? Now, the gas field that you're talking about, is that the South Pars North Dome? Yes, that's it. Okay. The South Pars is what the Iranians call it. And then the North Dome is what the Qataris call it, I believe. Okay.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. I wish I had my video so I can show you the map of it. But if you look at it, it's laughable because you're like, my God, you two are literally in this race to suck out all your LNG and take it to Europe, and you're literally killing each other to do it. Now, you're not killing your own citizens, Iran, Qatar, but you're starting a lot of shit everywhere else. And by the way, Israel's in on this game too, and doing the same thing to the Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank. Yep. Because, and going back to even prior to Syria, I stumbled on this when I started to find these videos. There's these accounts on X it's called Zion Oil. Yes. Another one, I forget its name. You've seen it, right? You know what? Holy shit. That was in October 2023. Right after October 7th, I started seeing ads on Twitter for Zion Gas. It was a company that was based out of Houston, Texas, that was selling selling land rights or drilling rights in Gaza, and the West Bank. And part of it had to do with the UK's drilling rights, which expired by the end of 2024, I believe. Exactly. And they were selling it. Their commercial literally called it God's oil, God's oil, God's natural gas. Okay. So they were selling it and their target audience was literally Christian Zionists, and selling it as, prophecy. They in their ad, they even say that they quoted scripture that said something about, and I'm going to forget this, but it had something to do with drilling deep, and then mirrored that to say that part that line in scripture is about Zion oil, and that you're drilling for God, and that this is God. Oh my God! I mean, it was the most crazy thing ever. But yeah, apparently they try to get people to buy shares. Yeah, I did several. They blocked me. I got so many people to go into their posts and shit post on them, and then they blocked me. But yeah, that started me down the whole what's going on, where these oil fields and and gas fields. And that's when I discovered from that Zion ad, and then I started to look at all their maps. That's it. Zion oil and gas. I knew exactly what you meant. Like the minute you said it, I was like, oh, that triggered me, because I definitely have been tracking this thing for a while. And so, they're using biblical references to try to sell Americans, stupid Americans, gullible. And by the way, just notice how little they've been posting. Now it's on an auto tweet. Every 5 weeks or 3 to 5 weeks. Yeah. You'll just see you see right there. Mm-hmm. Wait. Can you expand that map right there? Okay. I don't know if you can zoom in, but you see how they show that? Okay, so they got the rights to drill right there. Yep. That is the map that I then took other maps of West Bank and transposed over it. That right there is right at the edge of West Bank.
Yes.
And there are other maps that they have from the Israeli government that show that they're drilling. They're literally siphoning. Like if West Bank is a circle right there, they have like sites all around it, like literally in a circle, just sucking it all out, just siphoning it all out, you know?
Yeah,
And
they're not giving
so,
that to the Palestinian people.
no, they're not. And you know what the saddest part about that is? It was the Palestinians in the West Bank who discovered the natural gas there. They paid BP, and you can look this up. The United Nations has
Of
reports
course.
on this. You know, they paid BP, as did Gaza, the Gaza government separately. They paid BP to drill and identify the, you know, and find the oil, and they found natural gas. And so then they, you know, they signed contracts both separately, right? Signed contracts to have them drill. And Israel blocked it on both cases and said that you are not going to sell to BP without Israel being involved. And then that turned into Israel needs to get some of it. And then when they agreed to that and said, fine, we'll give you some of the you know, the profits, they agreed to that. They still blocked it, and then in the case of Gaza, that's when right after that Hamas got declared a terrorist organization, and then the bombing started, and then they just outright took it. So today, that contract with BP to excavate the natural gas that's in front of Gaza is now executed with Israel directly. Gaza completely cut out, and they paid to discover that. Same thing happened with the West Bank, but in the West Bank, they can't go in directly and just take it, you know, because it's not in water, right, yet. So what they've been doing is they've been siphoning all from around it. But like I said, the you know, the main reserve sits right in the middle. So if you actually look at what they're doing in Gaza, it's literally they're attacking. So, you know, I'm sure you've heard how they're attacking. Yep, Gaza's down there, and then West Bank is where like the word Israel is to the right. And so, you know, what they, you know, how you've been hearing in the news that they've been attacking Jenin. Well, Jenin is, you see where that little map is right there, where their excavation site? If you transpose that over a map that shows you where Jenin is right underneath it.
Yeah.
And so, again, they're pushing down so that they can start to get more access to this natural gas. Yep. And they cut off the last remaining area that connects West Bank to I think it's Jordan to the right. They just annexed it over the summer. So now West Bank is essentially landlocked by Israel. Yep. So they can't do anything. So you just see, you know, this entire thing, you kind of peel back the layers. And yes, there is the Greater Israel Project. And, you know, you've got a segment of society that's, you know, whatever, you know, convinced that they need to make biblical prophecy come true or whatever, you know, they believe in. But there is also a much bigger and more powerful element of it, which definitely, you know, embraces that ideology to get, you know, sort of the people on the religious, you know, end of the spectrum into their camp. But the motivation is really, you know, business, oil, gas, exports, you know, and things like that. And if you look at the companies involved, they are Western companies. In the case of the pipeline with Qatar going through Syria, it's ExxonMobil, Chevron, and Shell. In Israel, it's you know, it's BP. Of course, there's other ones too, but those are the ones that are the major ones that are involved. So then you see, you know, okay, well now you have the oil lobby in the West, right, as well, and especially in the U.S. So in addition to the Israel lobby, you have also in parallel, you know, the oil lobby, the natural gas lobby, who's also pushing for you know, these things that are happening over there. So it's just, you know, it's just a complete cluster.
Well, and it's profiting off the resources that they basically see as free once they drill into them, even though they, the Palestinians technically own the oil and the gas and all the resources underneath it. If they do what they've been doing, which is exterminating the Palestinian people, there's nobody left to claim that land, and which they're going to do, and then exploit that, use it for their own gain, profit, and then build their own pipeline to go around Russia and control that level of commerce as well. I totally agree with where you're going. I wanted to get into like you getting involved with tracking and, kind of being involved. I know you didn't directly get involved with APAC Tracker, but it's kind of embracing what they've done and then piggybacking on that so that it's taking the research they've done and then further expanding on here's how they're dirty, not just that they've been bought, but here are the ways that they're bought. Here are the votes that they participate in. And here's the impact that it actually has. So you made this killer video. Now, I don't know if there's music here. Let me see.
The House Committee on Education calls American students terrorists because they oppose Israel's mass murder of children. If the House of Representatives is supposed to represent all Americans, why does the House Committee on Education post like it's been written by the Israeli lobby?
No, there's no music. Good. So, it's videos like this that are short that people see in their Instagram feeds or in their Twitter feeds that have a ton of impact and educate. I think that, this is where in the squirrel generation that we live in, it's stuff like this that's grabbing people's attention that are actually going to affect change as much as anything else that's going on. So again, I really want to give you credit for putting these things together and editing, and hopefully now with ByteDance having it the way it is, your cap cut won't be gone permanently or however we're going to deal with that. All right. But I think that's how you told me you edit these videos, but they're great. So
yeah, thank you. No, and by the way, for CapCut, I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous because they're not on the App Store anymore. I don't know if TikTok is on the App Store,
not yet.
But I know that CapCut is not on the App Store. So I'm a little bit like, this is nervous, I to be honest, I don't use TikTok, so I don't care, but I do care about this. Yeah, I do care about this editing tool because it is so superior to its competitors. So yeah, so we'll see, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it was through trial and error because, to your point, I mean, everyone is just so, I mean, we're fickle. I mean, our attention span is so short, and it's very difficult to get people to read long form. I started out, writing, threads with lots of information, and I found that, past, the first few posts, especially when you're a smaller account, people just won't read them, right? Then I moved over to writing articles. I wrote some in Substack, and then I moved over to, once X, started its article feature. Right. Yeah. And my articles did pretty well. I was surprised to see, but I think it also had to do with the timing because I had done so much research on all of the quote unquote Israel network, as I call them, all of these U.S. NGOs that operate here
Yes.
under the auspices of representing, Jewish Americans, when in fact their entire focus is on Israel. And when you peel the layers, they're getting funded by Israel. The people who are managing them are from Israel, and not just, Israel citizens. These are people from government. Like the prior minister of, the diaspora affairs, a former minister of Ministry of Strategic Affairs, the chief censor. I mean, these are like big people, right? That are in the Israeli government that are now running these organizations. And it's like, well, what the heck is this? So anyway, I did a couple of articles exposing that providing more information. Not at all comprehensive because it's just so vast and massive, but those did well. But I noticed that again, it's long form, and even though I had a lot of views, I wasn't quite sure people read the entire article. As a matter of fact, I was pretty confident they didn't. Just because of what people were like, they would like retweet it and then just put whatever was in the first like paragraph, and then I was just like, okay, they're not seeing, the real, the meat of this. And that's so much more important for people to understand. So then I started to get, trial and error, try to find, shorter forms to do things. And I was focusing a lot from, since October 7th on the money on the actually even prior. I will go back. I was doing that because I've always followed the Gaza, or sorry, not Gaza, but Palestinian situation for decades. But so I was, even during the Ukraine stuff, I would write about, what was going on in Israel and Palestine. And I always used Open Secrets, as my go-to for information on, what lawmakers getting, funded by the pro-Israel lobby and things like that. But it was always a challenge because, I had to go in there, get the screenshots, put them together because, it would look ugly. And that was another thing I discovered on Twitter, is that presentation is really important. People will have a lot of really good information, but what they'll do is they'll just take four pictures. They won't crop it to fit, the view so that it's prominent, it's visible. The information you want people to see are visible. They just kind of take it and they just slap it together. So then what you see is four images, but it's just completely choppy. You have no idea what the images are trying to, convey. And so what people will do is they just scroll right past it.
Right.
And so, and it goes back to what you were saying. I mean, you literally have like 2 seconds to grab people's attention and get them, to start paying attention. Well, as I'm doing this and I'm stumbling through it and I'm like, oh, I wish there was a better way for me to, get this information. And this is really time consuming. Voila, track A pops up, right? And all of a sudden I see these beautiful, graphics. They're all standardized with the information and their picture, and it's just beautiful, right?
Right.
And I remember the very first thing I messaged Track APAC is, where have you been all my life? I was like, I love this, and he was like, oh, thank you, blah, blah, blah. I've been doing this for a while. And so when I met him, I think he had like 29,000 followers, and then he just blew up. Because he just gained so much traction, and he is very committed. I will say, like, sometimes I have to believe he's way younger than I am because I just don't have the stamina that he has, because I'll see him going into like 4 a.m. posting, right? Whereas like my, old self is dying and passing out. But
are they actually replying like and engaging, or is it just like they're just posting? Because you can schedule posts to go out at certain times of day, but that's interesting.
Oh no, he is up. Wow. He is up until now. I don't know what time zone he's in. I'm on the East Coast, so for me, I've woken up, gone to the bathroom and said, "Oh, let me just check to see what's going on," because I can't sleep, and it's 4:00 in the morning for me. And he is actively posting. And then, I would message and say, oh my God, I can't believe you're sitting. It's like, yeah, I'm still going strong, And it's like, wow, you're dedicated. I love it. but anyway, so complete game changer.
Yep.
And so, once I found his account and what he was doing, it really helped me because it enabled me to get access to this information quickly versus spending a lot of time trying to piece it together and make it, format it and blah, blah, blah that I was doing before.
Uh-huh.
So now I can grind faster. So now, so then I asked him if he was okay with, because I'm always very conscious of other people's work. I don't want to infringe on their work and take it. Because I know everybody does it on X, but I just kind of think that it's bad. I wish people wouldn't, right? And so I asked if he was okay with it. And he was like, oh yeah, go for it. And then he just gave me a big dump of the cards and all of the latest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then I started making my first video, and then another one, and then they just, people like them, and like you said, it's just easier to communicate. Like, look, like that one you were showing. I mean, this account, the House Committee on Education, is literally writing and posting as if it's the lobbyist. It's completely, biased on one narrative. In a lot of the posts that I've seen, it will post unverified, unsubstantiated, and oftentimes debunked stories that are being pushed by by operatives of the Israeli government, and it will push it out as if it's fact. And this is coming out of the House of Representatives.
Right.
And so it's like, well, who is doing this? Like, obviously it's some person involved, who's their PR marketing person, but they're getting their direction from somebody.
Oh, yeah,
and that somebody is yeah. You know what I mean? You don't just take this turn where you speak, on behalf of the, on behalf of the legislative branch, the House of Representatives within the legislative branch, and push a completely pro-Israel narrative against Americans, against American students, And so that's why I did that video, because I was like, wait a minute, who sits on the House committee, and how many of them are receiving funding from APAC? And it turned out all but 3
most of them
receive funding.
Most of them.
Yeah.
So it's funny because Sludge actually came out this week with a new article on all the money that was spent in the last election cycle and exactly how much the total, and I covered this on How Do We Miss That Sunday night, $126.9 million combined during the election cycle. And that's just this year. 19 million of it went to Jamal Bowman's opponent. He got the most of it. And Latimer. George Latimer, he got the most. He got like $17 million from them. They wanted to make sure that he went out. All right.
That election was so dirty.
Oh, gross.
So I was in contact with Jose Vega during the primary, and then obviously the general election as well. And he was running. He was, running against Richie Torres in New York's District 15, right?
Sure.
Well, Bowman is 16, and it's right next to, they're next to each other, and they actually share a portion of the Bronx.
Yeah, I met Jose a couple times. Just in the last year. Yeah, I know. They went up with Due Dissidents, and they went to Bowman's thing, and they campaigned against him in the area. I remember, right?
Yeah. Yep. It was pretty crazy. And so what was interesting is I learned a lot through Jose and just talking to him and stuff about how they redistricted that area.
Yes.
And in particular, Richie Torres's District 15, they redistricted because they were afraid that he may not get reelected. I mean, the man has done nothing for his district at all. His entire purpose, I mean, he was hand selected by AIPAC. And this isn't just, saying, trying to be, disparaging. He literally was hand selected by AIPAC to run in that election. It wasn't like he was running first and then AIPAC noticed that he was gaining traction and decided, hey, you want to endorsement from us and blah, 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 here's the pledge and all that kind of stuff. No, it was the other way around. They handpicked this man and said, you're going to run. And so a lot of his constituents in Bronx proper are not very happy with him at all,
Right.
and want him out. They redistricted and brought in an area that is very strong, staunch pro-Israel into District 15. And when you see the map of where the votes came in for Torres, it was that new area.
Uh-huh.
Same thing with Bowman, and Latimer. Now Bowman, he wasn't necessarily loved either in his district, and he made a lot of mistakes. So I think that a lot of that, he kind of shot himself in the foot. In particular, when it came to the Gaza issue, I think when the pro-Israel crowd really came down hard on Bowman and tried to paint him as an anti-Semite for saying things like there's a genocide happening, this and that, he literally got scared and backed off of that completely. Well, by doing that, he lost a lot of votes, in his area, and then Latimer latched on to the pro-Israel votes in that district that were also redistricted into that area. So he lost voters. This guy has a strong hub of voters, and that the rest is history.
Yeah.
Of course, $19 million doesn't hurt at all with all that advertising.
Right. So yeah, 17 million for Latimer, and then Bell, who beat Cori Bush, got another 11. We knew that they spent almost $30 million just to beat them. Another $5 million on Adam Schiff. All right. And then you've got Ted Cruz got 750,000. Amazing that it's the people that are most outspoken on behalf of Israel are the ones that got the most AIPAC money in the last. Jackie Rosen in Nevada and Tony Gonzalez. I think he got elected, but they also won almost every one of the elections that they put money into, because the statistics show that if you continue to put money in, then the one with the more money wins 90% of the time, I believe it is. Even the corrupt Bob Menendez, who is being indicted on corruption right now, $1 million for them, because certainly they need to buy off the corrupt already. But again,
he was convicted, by the way, already.
Yep, and this is what AIPAC is doing. They're buying all of them, and it's across the board. All right. It's not that it's look, I'm an anti-Zionist Jew. I'm a Jewish guy. This is not a Jewish conspiracy. It is actually happening. It's right. It's not in theory. They're actually buying the favor of the majority of the Congress to do exactly the bidding. Now, the big thing that, you were on a lot of was the Stop Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which was, of course, the equate Judaism with anti-Semitism, anti-Judaism with anti-Semitism, which is nonsense because, of course, Palestinians are Semites. And there's plenty of anti-Zionist Jews, and they're trying to equate Zionism with Judaism, which is nonsense. Passed laws for that. So talk about the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, how they were trying to do that, where that's at now, because I think it's still sitting on the Senate's desk. Am I correct?
So it didn't pass last Congress. So thankfully, and we were all holding our breath to December 20th was the cutoff for any bills to pass in the last Congress. So we were monitoring it to the last day, and thankfully, because of partisan infighting, it saved us from getting this from having this bill passed. So it was actually quite interesting, because what happened is that the House passed it, right, with a majority, and it passed and it sat in the Senate. Chuck Schumer, because of the election that was coming up, did not want to bring that bill to a vote, knowing, because the Democrats were very aware of how unpopular this position was. And then, of course, there was a huge, free speech advocacy. I think there was I read it was a list of 17, 18 prominent free speech advocacy groups, to include FIRE, and then also a lot of Jewish organizations who came out against this bill because it infringed on free speech. And so he knew that was probably not a good idea for the election, and said as much, that he was not going to bring it up until the election was over, and then he was going to bring it afterwards. Well, he still dragged his feet and who's under a lot of pressure from the Zionist organizations to bring this to a vote. So he finally decided that, instead of doing a standalone vote, because mind you, polling continued to show, and then of course when the election passed, and there was now rumblings of the Democrats, Harris lost in part because of her stance on Gaza. It just they just really were slow rolling it, but with immense pressure from the pro-Israel crowd. And so what he promised the pro-Israel crowd, and by the way, I think it's the forget what Jewish publication it is that has all the dirt on what goes on in Congress. I'm gonna forget, but when I remember, I'll mention it. But it was one of the publications I was following, and they were releasing all these articles about it. But anyway, he had promised that he was going to do it, and what he was going to do was put it into the CR. He was going to bury it into the CR, and it was quote unquote the easiest and fastest way to get it approved. Well, CR, and he was banking on Mike Johnson signing off on that, right? Because when they go to do the reconciliation,
right?
So CR passes the House, it goes into the Senate. They stick this in, send it back to the House for reconciliation, and Johnson says, "No, I'm not letting you hide this into the CR," because he wanted to put the Democrats on record as having voted against this pro-Israel bill. And so that's where the infighting happened. That he would not agree to put it into the CR, and Schumer knew he could not bring it up as a singular vote, and so it died.
Right,
literally because of that.
They passed it through the House during Carter's funeral, if I remember correctly, and it's currently sitting on the Senate's docket, right?
So that's a separate bill.
Okay.
So they haven't brought up the anti-Semitism awareness bill back up in the 119th Congress yet. They will, but they haven't.
Good.
What passed the House was the bill to sanction the ICC for issuing arrest warrants for Netanyahu.
And that's hilarious.
What they, and that was in itself pretty hilarious. Like you said, they literally did a last minute sneak vote into the House of Representatives when more than half of the House was at Carter's funeral. The whole chamber was empty. They had to wait. So how they give a clock for votes, right? There's, I think it's 15 minutes or something like that, that the reps have to come and vote, right? So clock runs out. They had to wait another 1.5 hours after the clock ran out in order to get enough votes into for this bill so that they can then, pass it and then not have to worry about, wait, you don't even have a majority of the reps voting.
Right.
Because in that duration of time, majority of the reps weren't even there. They were stuck at 200 votes forever. And so they do that. They don't do a roll call. You do, so it's not, it's not recorded anywhere who voted for what, which, typically they do. So you have to actually go into the clerk of the court and see how people voted, right? And so they pass it, and immediately the Senate, leadership, John Thune, and of course Tom Cotton, who sponsored the bill, say we're going to bring it up to a vote, and this is going to be a priority, blah, blah. Mind you, this is maybe 2 days after, 2-3 days after the new session of Congress had started. So this is their priority is this: save Bibi from his war crimes, and so that's what happened. But thankfully, the Democrats did not have, I think it was 45 Democrats voted against it. So they didn't have, the supermajority didn't have 60 votes to pass it in the Senate. I think it was 54 to 45 or something like that. They didn't have enough, so it didn't pass. But guaranteed they'll bring it back up. Because it wasn't a floor vote, it was a vote to actually vote on it, to move it forward.
Gotcha.
So,
but then the Stop Anti-Semitism Awareness, what that was going to do was effectively criminalize criticizing Israel. Effectively.
Yes, it was. It was the sole purpose of it. because what they sold everybody was that anti-Semitism is rampant, right? So you've got, okay, so I'm going to kind of walk you guys through this a little bit, because what I'm going to summarize is, probably like 100 posts that I've done, with deep dives on each one of these things. But obviously I'm not going to take that long, but just to summarize it. So Anti-Semitism Awareness Act was actually introduced. The very first version of it was introduced in the early 2000s, right? I think it was 2004. At that time, ADL was not on board because they had a different leadership. They were actually very much still pro free speech. Fast forward to 2016, and a revised version of the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act was introduced, with the, incorporating the IHRA. Literally verbatim, what you see in the bill today is what started out in 2016. Originally, when this was introduced, Jonathan Greenblatt had not taken over the ADL just yet. And the ADL sort of lobbyists, if you will, in Congress were all communicating to their, whoever their assigned members were, that they were against the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act because it infringed on the First Amendment, yada, yada. Jonathan Greenblatt becomes this, whatever his title is, CEO, whatever, of ADL, and he goes along with it. And then he starts to get calls. And I have this in an article, and it's fully cited, so everybody can, go and look at it. But there's an article I have on literally called the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. But anyway, he starts getting calls from his staunch pro-Israel Zionist billionaire donors, who said, hey, if we have money to give you, but we are going to give it to you if you change your position on this bill. The ADL needs to stand behind this bill and support it, and it needs to get pushed forward. So Jonathan Greenblatt literally does a 180 on this bill in 2016, ends up losing a bunch of his people that work for him that are on the Hill, who are lobbyists for the ADL, because they feel that they have been, had the rug pulled out from under them, because they've always been this like pro free speech, organization. And now, this guy's telling them, no, tell your, lawmakers that, you want censorship, right? And so a bunch of them leaves. There's all these articles out there, that talk about that. And then every single year since 2016, they have tried to pass this bill. So there's 9 versions of this bill. If you go into the congressional docket, you will see it. And I have it in that article. I have hyperlinked all of them just to see, because it's kind of like, it's unbelievable until you see the whole list and you see all the hyperlinks, and then you're like, my God, they've been at this for how long? And
that's this one right here, right?
Yeah. So if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see the list. Keep going a little bit more.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Right there. Look at that. Right. So you just see it. Boom, 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 boom. And so, they try to pass this. In one of the years, I think it was in 2019, or 2018, it passed the Senate that year. But it did not pass the House. Now, you fast forward to 2024, the opposite happened, right? House passed it, Senate didn't. So they will bring it back up, and they will try to do it. And what's interesting is what I found out through this process was that every time they introduce it in parallel. They would introduce a copy in the House, a copy in the Senate, because they're hedging their bets. They don't know which chamber is going to pass it. So it's good to just have sponsors and ready to go. So then if one chamber passes it, the other one can just say, oh yeah, we have our own version. It mirrors that. There's no reconciliation. Boom, let's go, So that's what they do. And it's the same lawmakers that sponsor it every time.
Of course.
And yeah, literally same. So it's just such a racket. And so what's wrong with this bill is that they will, literally, they will, sell it as a bill that is, the goal of the bill is to protect Jewish people from anti-Semitism in America. When you actually look at the definition of the IHRA, it's not, because everything they argue, and all of the fact that the bill argues we need to incorporate this definition into civil rights law and into Title VI of the Civil Rights Law, that it specifically says any institution that receives federal funding will abide by anti-discrimination laws and will not discriminate against individual. And then they have, the list of discrimination. Well, Jewish people are already covered under that. It literally covers everybody, under that definition. So this does nothing. What it does is it puts Israel and Zionism, the political ideology of Zionism, on par with race, and says if you criticize Israel, you are discriminating.
Yep.
You're discriminating against the people who support Israel. And it puts a country and government at the same level in terms of rights as a human being in this country, which is completely bonkers. It's never been done before. No country has that right. Our own government doesn't have that right. But in this bill, that's what they're attempting to do. And so, but there's an entire network at work here since October 7th to get this passed. And it involves not only ADL, but a vast network of operatives that work with the ADL to feed data into the ADL to create this anti-Semitism, this narrative that there is an anti-Semitism epidemic happening. Like the entire world is turned against Jewish people and they're trying to do harm to them and right? And what they do is they use their data, which is funny because I actually found a video of Jonathan Greenblatt from a few years ago talking about, the importance of data, how data and in terms of narrative and marketing and information, right? Basically, how to use data to manipulate, right? The information. So what he does is he pushes this data, and if you scroll up a little bit, I think there's a graphic I have in there of the ADL data, and it shows the 2023 data from the ADL, and what you see is this bar graph, right? If you keep going up, there's a bar graph that just all of a sudden, if you just keep going, there's one more.
This one.
Yeah, right there. You see the red? So all of a sudden you go 22 and then 23, just explosion, right? And, when you look at it, you're like, my God, what the heck is happening? 8,000 cases, it must be, like some crazy hating going on and blah, blah, blah. Now, I don't discount that things have happened to people. That is, it is true. And it is, people have gotten arrested for it. Other people may not have gotten arrested, but the case is out there, blah, blah, blah. But if you look at the ADL specific data, ADL does not just get their data from the FBI, local law enforcement. This information is actually self-reported from individuals and entities to the ADL. And a large portion of them are not within federal law enforcement or state, local, whatever, and do not fall under the definition of crime.
I mean, shit, Misty Whitson does this every day. She tweets, fuck Israel. Like, literally every day. So that's an incident of a hate crime, really, every day. Okay. She's committing a hate crime
according to the
ADL. Yep, that's how they spike this number. Well,
exactly.
Well, murder children and people are going to say, fuck Israel. Sorry, hate to tell you.
Exactly. So if you say things like that, if you say that Israel is committing genocide, is an apartheid state, is ethnic cleansing, is a colonial settler program.
Right.
And
facts.
Right, exactly. And if you support BDS,
or you say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Okay, that's another one. Yep.
All of that is included in that report. Now, I had noticed this because of that definition, right? I'm like, wait, this is your definition. I have to And now you're also stating underneath that, I think it was like some percentage of it is anti-Israel protests. Then I have to assume that this is inflated. Well, boom, Jewish Currents does an audit of the ADL data for that same period, and they came back and said only 56% of ADL's data was verifiable with evidence showing an anti-Semitic incident happened. They did not accept 44% of the data.
Oh, yeah.
36% because they were protests against Israel, and 8% because it lacked evidence. In one case in this article, which is so funny, they included an attack on a Palestinian as anti-Semitic, as anti-Semitism, which is laughable because of the whole debate of what is a Semite, right?
Right.
So there is an actual, number in there of a Palestinian that got attacked. So they threw out all of that and said, hey, 56% we can stand behind. This 44% is highly questionable. They actually went into in their summary and said, this is why it is very important that a entity that claims to aggregate this type of data needs to be free of pro-Israel advocacy.
Mm-hmm.
And they, so again, a glimpse of very, of there is an entire side of the Jewish community that does not align with the ADL narrative, the pro-Israel narrative, despite the fact that they keep hammering that they represent 99.99999% of
Jewish people.
Jewish
oh yes,
yeah, which they
it's
don't.
frustrating as all hell for me. It is up there. The brainwashing is thick. I have talked about this extensively. They don't want to talk within the community about what they're doing in Gaza, other than to say that they have to do this and to dehumanize the Palestinian people to justify why they're doing what they're doing. But there's never a real serious questioning by very many people because it achieves the goals that they all seem to be aligned on, which is that they get the land, but nobody ever really wants to ask the question about the second-class citizenry or the lack of electricity and water that are allowed in, or any of the things that have been done in the last 75 plus years while they've been systematically taking the land and squeezing them further and further and giving them less and less. And then a prison break happens while you got them walled in, and you all of a sudden declare that a war and use that as justification for 16 months of daily bombing and murdering children. And then you're going to yell at the people that are standing out and saying, hey, that's wrong. It's remarkable. It's absolutely remarkable to me where we are right now. Again, it's why I'm so appreciative that you're doing what you're doing, because there are so few people doing what we are doing in speaking out and in trying to put out information that is correct to counter the Hezbollah, the lies, and the narrative, like the October 7th garbage that they put out about the 40 beheaded babies and the rapes of people that they can't ever name with the blood dripping. I mean, I had a guy yesterday still pushing those narratives. They got completely torn apart in a thread, but still they believe what they believe. At the Sheryl Sandberg propaganda, what do we call that? Kind of rape porn almost, fantasy, because it didn't actually happen. The Zaka people that the IDF was relying on to make up the story and sensationalize what had happened to generate the sympathy, and they don't necessarily care. They've admitted that they told these lies, but it's already made it around the world 10 times before the truth put its shoes on. All right. And that's what.
And they would incentivize. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And in the case of Zaka, what you see is oftentimes when I step back and I kind of look at, once I get enough information, I kind of look and I'm like, oh my gosh, what you end up seeing oftentimes is there's, all these people who are all operating in self-interest. So you take the case of Zaka, who I read a report on them that they were literally on the verge of bankruptcy prior to October 7th.
Collapse.
Right? Yeah. So all of a sudden, October 7th happens. Jewish people outside of Israel are alarmed by what they see. and there is this outpouring of like, I need to help, right? So they're preying on these people. They're, in the case of Zaka, they're staging, events where they have these fundraisers, and then they stage this events where they're moving bodies. I saw in one report where they gotten in trouble for moving some of the bodies around so that they could have like a shot to show donors, so that they can literally like poke at their feels to get them to open their checkbooks more. And now they sit on a $50 million revenue that they have garnered from this. So it's just, the whole thing is really sick.
Yep.
And you see a lot of self-interest play into this, right? So this organization is like, oh, I was about to be bankrupt, and now I'm like, swimming in money, so I'm just going to keep playing. And the government seems to back me up, so I'm going to keep doing it, right? But when you look at, just kind of bringing it forward to today, one of the things that I've seen, or I just keeps running through my head, and I'm starting to post more and more about it, is that, the anti-Israel Jewish community within the West, in particular, I mean, I can't speak to Europe, I'm not there, but in the US, has been very, very active, very vocal from Jumpstart. I mean, they were active from way before, right? And so you were talking about, Jewish Voices for Peace, who I've known for, I don't know them personally, but I know of them for years, right?
Right.
But then you've got others that are like, If Not Now, or, there's some other organizations as well who are very active, right?
Yes.
And they're continued to be marginalized by the pro-Israel crowd, right? So you've got a Jonathan Greenblatt. I saw him in some, in this like podcast explaining to some dude about how he handles people who criticize him. And he literally had people in buckets, right? So he talks about how, the pro-Israel crowd, no matter how much they criticize him, he will not, argue with them, and he will not fight with them, because his stance is, if I dunk on another a Zionist, I'm basically hurting Jewish people. I'm hurting the community. We need to be united front. Okay, cool. I get that. But then he talks about the anti-Israel Jewish people, and that group is completely okay.
Oh, we're
it's
the
okay
worst.
to dunk on these people.
We're the worst.
And he literally justifies it. He literally justifies why it's good to do this, because these people are working against Judaism. And it's like, what are you talking about? You crazy man, right? And so you see that. And then like, I've been following this sort of, like these stories, and I have like this whole, I kind of create folders so then I can start writing about it, right? And then, so I have like this folder of links, and then I have articles of, articles of Jewish people who have worked in, Jewish organizations like synagogues, or if it's like a school or whatever, right? Who were, and I think it was like 17 people that they interviewed in this article. And they were all employees who were like, who had exceptional performance, right? And they were basing it on their performance reviews that they had asked these employees to share with them, blah, blah, blah. Exceptional, was on track for promotion, blah, blah, blah. Who, after October 7th, when they started to voice concern about what was happening in Gaza, or showing support for Palestinian civilians in Gaza, were all fired from their jobs.
Amazing.
Right? And and you see that. You see, activists, Jewish activists who speak out, obviously we've seen like famous ones like Norman Finkelstein, things like that, right? That get attacked. But then, somebody like a Medea Benjamin, who's, who does what this poor woman does, who I have so much respect for, to go to Congress day in and day out and chase these like awful lawmakers, get yelled at, cussed out, arrested, like literally like dragged out. And her and her team still go back out, and they will drag her through the mud. And I see this happening, and I just keep coming to this thought that if, I would love to see like either a documentary or an article or something where, you have all of these different factions of groups that are like, hey, I don't agree with what's going on in Israel, and here's what, that the pro-Israel crowd has done to this community. I think that story really needs to get out, and it hasn't gotten out. And they drown out that crowd and make it sound like they're like 1% of the community. When you look at polling data, and I'm convinced that based on the polling I've seen, we're talking closer to 30% of the community, which is very sizable. Mm-hmm. And it's not something the pro-Israel crowd wants to advertise. But I think it's a powerful story that needs to get out, Well, I would love to.
You've also got the corporate Democrats and the tech that has moved to Israel, Tel Aviv, and corporate America that has now, they've now involved corporate America in the settler colonial project and now made them now willing partners, so that if Iran bombs Tel Aviv, for example, now that affects Intel, that affects big corporations, and now they're going to be behind whatever action is necessary to stop whatever it is that's going to do that. I think that's part of what they did in their plan to make Israel a tech hub, also having to do with Unit 8200, their intelligence spy stuff, how they're using the Palestinian people as testing grounds for all the equipment, which they then market worldwide to militaries and spy agencies and terrorist organizations, etc. The pager attack. I mean, let me tell you, we're running a little bit long, and I definitely want to have another conversation with you. We're going to have to do this again for sure. I really enjoyed this, but I appreciate you spending some time today. And we're definitely going to have another conversation about all you're doing work-wise and all that Israel is trying to pull and what we're seeing. What can we do to actually fight against this other than educating and telling other people about it so that they know and fight the BDS stuff? And how do they get involved in sharing stuff like what you're doing, so that we have a bigger group of people doing what we're doing that helps combat all of that Hasbara out there? I think that's really the one thing that we didn't get to really talk about today that I'd like to, and then we can wrap up today and do it another time.
Yeah, I would love to do that again. I think that would be great. Awesome. And I would love to also pick your brain on how maybe we can, possibly pursue this project, whether it's a video or an article about, the anti-Zionist Jewish community. I think it's a really important story that needs to get highlighted.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So as far as making graphics or your sources, you said you use Open Secrets, you're using CapCut. Are there any other tools that people should maybe think to use between their Twitter account? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would definitely say I love CapCut. I don't know if people are going to have access to them. Obviously, if they're not in the US, they will. Great tools, so intuitive and easy to use, and has amazing features. But also, I'm not sponsored by these people, so I don't want to sound like I'm oh, buy this. But there's also free tools out there too. But any sort of picture editing tool that lets you put borders around your image. I can't stress enough how important it is to have your images that you post with your post be visible, clear, and very easy for people to see within 2 seconds why that post is important. And not have it, sort of cut off and people have to actually click on it to expand, because people will just go right past your post. But if you have, think of Track APEC and how impactful his posts are because of those images that are very easy, very clean to see and understand. And that really, really goes a long way. So using an editing, like that. So you see the blue that I have around that? That's literally a border. So I use an app and I put it in there, and then I go into my post to see how much of the picture is cut off, and then I'll go into the app. It takes me literally less than 10 seconds. I pop it in there, give it a nice border depending on how much size I need, and then I'll post it. So sometimes it'll still get cut off just a little bit, but the main information is visible. Highlighting, especially if you have a lot of text, highlighting what you want people to see. Because again, people just will not see it unless you highlight, if there's a lot of text. If it's just
Tell
a
them
picture,
where to look.
Yeah, where to look, either highlight, underline, whatever.
Yeah, I see that
so
you're
people
doing
can look
that.
at it.
This is really important stuff that I think a lot of people are missing. And that's why I want them to follow you. I want them to check out your graphics. And I'd love for people to start making stuff of their own like this. And we'd be happy to showcase and share that when you do. So again, thank you for all you're doing, because it's thankless work that we don't get paid for. I don't know if you're hooked up to Elon and getting any payments on your engagements.
No,
I'm not.
no.
I choose not to.
I'm not.
So yeah, once you start doing this for the money, it changes the whole approach and everything. But what we're here to do is expose the corruption and to get the truth out there about who's doing this and what their financial motivations are, so that you can then take actions and act appropriately from there. So again, thank you again so much. I'm going to put up this graphic. If everybody likes what they're seeing and they want to support INN, this is our wall of fame. These are all the people that have made that have tipped the network. They can do that on Cash App, on Ko-fi, PayPal, or you can go to INNnewsletter.com and sign up for a free subscription, or you can sign up for a monthly or annual subscription there too as well. GenXGirl, really, I really appreciate you spending some time with me. This is a rare thing. I know you don't do very many podcasts or anything, so I really appreciate getting the opportunity to speak with you. I love your stuff, and I look forward to continuing to work with you and to share it and to having you back, and we'll talk about this some more.
Yep, thank you so much. I just wanted to give a shout out to my daughter, because I told her I would.
Aww.
But she drew the picture for my profile, so I just wanted to give her credit. Yeah.
Oh, that's adorbs. That's adorbs. All right. Well, support
Thank
independent
you.
media, because we need it more than ever. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Absolutely.
Have a great day.
Bye.
Can keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your heads. Why play civil if you won't listen to 50,000 dead? And now we know our mission, we form a militia, make Congress a prison. No, why play civil when all these dead won't make you listen? What's more American than slaying your oppressors? What's more American than liberty or death first? God, I thought we were founded on abolishing the tyranny of those who would starve a village all to live empirically. And I regret that I have only one life to give for my cause now.
Who are these people? Who are these people?
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I've got our friend GenXGirl. This is Indy, for those who are listening on the podcast. And I brought our friend GenXGirl1994 from Twitter. Say hi. Say hi.
Hi.
So we had such a good time talking about Betar and about all of her work on Twitter to expose all of the money and influence that's coming from Israel and Zionism to try to push the narrative in this country, and influence our lawmakers, influence media, influence wherever they can, especially on social media. And what we wanted to do was go a little deeper into some of the research that she's been doing. I had a few more questions about the process and what she did. I think that if you check out our previous conversation, you'll hear a lot about that and her background and how she got here. But what we wanted to focus on today, because we have a lot of material that we wanted to get to, was to get to Betar and then its connections with Mayor Eric Adams, with this incident that happened in Brooklyn where they were auctioning off Palestinian land within a temple to only Zionists, obviously, that were in there. And then there was a clash outside between anti-Zionists and Zionists, and they framed it on the, all over the news that it was Arabs versus Jews, but it was actually Jews versus Jews. So welcome, GenXGirl. You're doing great stuff. And I want to turn the floor over to you, and I'm gonna show the latest tweet, or one of the beginning tweet in the thread that you've been putting together to kind of lay all this out so people understand what we're talking about here. And I'm gonna let you talk, and I'll throw questions in here and there.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I started to look at this because I started to see some of the, some posts. So I think maybe now it's been like a few weeks now. Just when Betar was kind of, becoming more vocal, and there were other pieces to it, right? There were other people involved. There was this woman that works for Daily Wire, and she also reports for Front Page and some other places, and she was really vocal. And this was when they were, they came out really hard on, about creating lists that they were going to send to ICE and the Trump administration. And they were pushing out, that they had some AI that they were using and all this kind of stuff. And this woman was, she's the one who really grabbed my attention first, because she started to post about it. And she was being cited in articles. So I looked her up and I'm like, well, that's weird. She's a reporter. Why is the reporter so staunch? Just really behaving like an activist and not a reporter at all. So that it started there. And then as I started to get digging, and I started, finding a lot more connections. The first of which was the World Zionist Congress, which has an election coming up. And she was listed on there. Betar was listed on there. Betar's president, Ron Tarosian, was listed on there. And then, of course, Mort Klein from
Zionist Organization of America, right? ZOA?
Yes, ZOA. Thank you. From ZOA was listed on there. And I'm like, well, this is interesting. And so, I started to dig. And then, of course, started finding more pieces. And you have that picture that I put together of all the touch points and how they're connected. And I put them all under the umbrella of this World Zionist Congress, because these members that are underneath it are all part of the Zionist Organization of America's coalition that's running for office in the World Zionist Congress that's coming up for election this year in Israel. And so their entire group is literally, hardcore, right-wing, pro-Kahanist, JDL, you name it, of people that even the Israeli government itself and the U.S. government has labeled terrorist organizations. These people have links to them. So super hardcore. And then you see, underneath that, some members of Congress that are, tied to that, namely, you've got Claudia Tenney and Weber over there working with the Friends of Judea and Samaria. And then, of course, they just, launched their own caucus that's called that. And they have introduced bills to rename West Bank that. So they're all working together. That team, that group, that's the Friends of Judea and Samaria, is actually part of the Zionist I keep forgetting, ZOA, whatever it is, Zionist Organization of America. They're part of their coalition. And so there's all these touch points, and the entire thing is insane because you don't even have to dig too many layers to find it. And so, you've got members of Congress working in conjunction with these organizations that are part of the ZOA coalition that is hardcore, right wing, beyond Likud, even, Likud's positions, that are running for this Zionist Congress election, and they're taking a very, very hard stand and promoting, old terrorist organizations. And so that's how it started, and where I started to look into these guys. Then I started to, it's just so massive that I couldn't do just one thing, so I started to do them in separate threads, and I introduced, in my second post, I introduced Ron Tarosian and Betar, and all of the links that they have, because it's that one was quite interesting because that man is very, at least he used to be very connected. He's kind of persona non grata a bit nowadays, but connected to people like Richie Torres. He fundraised for him. He is his top donor currently. He fundraised and was very, very influential in Eric Adams' election in 2022, or whenever his election was. And then when you go beyond that, there's a whole other world of celebrities, politicians that this man's tied to, and he is very, very very happy to post pictures of himself with all of these people. So finding information about this man is incredibly easy. You guys should, try to Google his name. I mean, it's just, who's who. And he has a PR company, and that's where he met a lot of these people. And his, his specialty is really crisis management, right? So doing PR for people who are having, a moment of crisis. And so he's represented people like P. Diddy, Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo. Which one is the one that was on CNN? Is it Andrew Cuomo or
Chris?
brother?
Chris was on
Chris Cuomo.
CNN.
Yeah, Chris. So he represented Chris Cuomo when he got fired. P. Diddy, Pornhub during their crisis when they were getting sued for child pornography. And also 50 women who sued them. And so, he comes in and works with these people and spins. He's like a spin doctor. And so, but he had to, step down from his company because I think it was the Daily Beast that did a relentless expose on this man over and over, exposing him for, shady tactics. So he would set up he had set up a second company that he used to attack, any of his rivals, to attack competitors of his clients, and to also talk himself up as well as his clients. Yeah.
It's all artificially inflated, and it's within a network, and they create their own narratives for themselves. And we see this in entertainment too. Okay, where the person that owns Billboard magazine also owns Rolling Stone magazine, also owns the charts, and then you see, and also has these other creators under contract. These two creators are having beef, and they're putting them out in Rolling Stone, and they're talking about them and putting them up in the Billboard charts, and it's all interconnected and very dirty.
Exactly. And if, to the average person who's not looking into this stuff, it just looks like, oh, this person is really getting kudos from all of these, their competitors or their, people in the same industry. But in fact, it's they themselves doing it to, as you said, inflate their position. So what happens is that, this also applies to how Israel propaganda is pushed out, because it's like a network of obscure, quote unquote, publications that will push out a story that's completely bogus, right? And they will keep pushing it and pushing it. And there's a lot of them. I mean, I'm talking, 20, 30, 40, 50, sometimes 60 of them, and more pushing out the same narrative. But it's like some website you've never heard of, but it has the word news on it, right? And then they'll do it for like at least like 24, 48 hours. And then you start seeing these mid-tier, or what I call in the pyramid in my head of mid-tier publications picking up that are very pro-Israel. So the Washington Free Beacon, the New York Post, places like that will pick it up, right?
Right.
And they'll start repeating it, the Allgemeiner, and they'll start repeating it for another like day or two. And what you find is after that second cycle is when mainstream media starts repeating it. And it happens every single time. And Terosian writes for a few of these publications that do that.
What a surprise.
As does that other woman that works for the Daily Wire. And so you see that there's a network of people. And I found out recently in the New York, Brooklyn, and the Borough Park incident that happened, the people that were out there, they're recording, are part of a Israel network. And I found this out through a completely unrelated story, but found out that it's completely related. There's these posts that were going around. It was exposing this network that's, I don't know if you've heard of that account on X called Raw Alert.
Oh, sure.
They push out, yeah, you've seen that, right?
Well,
so there was a story going around that Raw Alert and this band of other accounts, and there's like a, thing of screenshots, are in these group chats that coordinate stories and push them out. Yet, they're also there's like, grooming and pedophilia and things like that insinuated, right? So I don't know how they got a hold of this, but they got screenshots of their group chats, and it really started to blow up. And at first, Raw Alert started to, make threats about, suing people, but then it quickly, like within 24, 48 hours, the whole story crumbled. And then all of his people started backing away from him because there was just so much out there. Well, when I looked at, the person that had exposed this shared it with me, and I looked at the list, I'm like, wait a minute, these are the same people that have been pushing out this Borough Park story that the Zionists were the victims. And it's incredible. So it's something that I have to look into some more.
That's interesting.
But they were, highly interesting. Like, what is going on?
Well, it's a media network is what you're talking about. And to get back to what you're talking about. So here's the incident. And these are your tweets from, and what date is this? February 18th, just last week, about a week ago.
Yes.
We're recording this on Tuesday, the 25th. Okay. So this is Mario Awful, I call him. He's an op. He's one of the people in this network, one of the leaders, one of the nodes, I would call them, in this network of disseminators of misinformation. There's another journalist by the name of Patrick Henningsen who has been doing a lot of work to expose some of these people as well. They often will put out accurate stories, but then will mix in sensationalized or stories of misinformation as well to push out narratives. Adame Media is another one of these notorious accounts that does this. And in this case, he's pro-Palestinian protesters class with Jewish community. That's correct in how that's framed. There were other reports that were framing this as Arabs. But go ahead.
Yes, and by doing that, and then having others call them Hamas, jihadists, Arabs. So one, you're conflating all Arabs with jihadists and all Arabs with Hamas. And then when you have people like Newfall saying pro-Palestinian. Now you're conflating all four together, right? So they're all one and the same, and so people start using those words interchangeably when in fact they're completely unrelated, right? And so they started pushing this out, and that's what I started to pull some of the videos, and incredibly, these people were posting videos that clearly showed, in some cases, like in Newfall's case, that these were, anti-Zionist Jews on one side and Zionist Jews on the other, which is the clip, if you scroll up, which is the clip I pulled from New Falls Clip, showing that it's Betar on one side, and then you have anti-Zionist Jews on the other side of the protests. But that narrative initially was just completely, like no one was looking at that or paying attention. They were just looking at whatever violence was going on and just going with it. So I started to pull these clips, and I'm like, wait, hold on. This is not what's happening, because I had been following this, like I said, 24 hours before, and I kept trying to raise the alarm, like, hey, these guys are going to incite violence, but it was falling on deaf ears until it actually happened, and then everyone started paying attention, like, whoa, what's going on? And so you see that was 24 hours before where they were calling for that, and so they go there, they incite this violence, they commit the violence. And then they have their network of, quote unquote, news and whatever.
Right. Media agents.
Yeah. Posting clips. And then the narrative that goes with those clips is that the jihadis were attacking the synagogues and we were defending them. And then they started beating us up. Well, in fact, nobody was attacking the synagogue. There was a protest happening in front of the synagogue. And they were spinning the story as, they're doing that because they're anti-Semites and they hate Jews. No, there was an actual sale going on inside of that synagogue, of
Palestinian land. That's right.
Yeah, and they had scheduled this event. Yep. And if you notice, like in Betar's post right there, the information it clearly says it's to protest the Palestinian land. But what he does is he posts the same flyer, but calls it jihadis are attacking synagogues. And and then tells people to bring their dogs and wear their helmets. And we're going to get, it's literally inciting violence. And then that's what ends up happening. And what it turns out is it's literally a handful of people on their side causing all of this violence. And then they're using the clips to make the other side look like they're the violent people. So, but thankfully it started to, people started to pick up on that. One of the interesting clips that they themselves and one of their network people posted was Betar and one of their members, standing there and waving the Kahan high flag.
That yellow flag. Yep, right here.
Yeah.
That's a terrorist organization.
Yep, they're a terrorist organization. And I had posted, when I did Ron Tarosian's post, I had posted in there that he is in all of the behavior that Betar is displaying today and the things that they're invoking. He appears to be wanting to revive the spirit of, Kahan High, JDL, Ergon, all of these organizations that they had affiliation with at some point. They're trying to bring that back. Well, my post gets, they mass reported that post and it gets, hit with, inciting,
hate speech and violence, right?
Yeah, hateful conduct. But in fact, ADL just put these guys on their list. Yep, ADL put these guys on their list, and guess what ADL did? In their explanation, they say exactly that they are a hate group because they're trying to revive this behavior of these organizations. Well, I had noticed it as well because I've been tracking these guys for like 4 weeks now, and I know and researching and about all of these other organizations like Kahan and all this stuff, and they're doing exactly what these guys used to do in the 80s here in the U.S. And then going even as far back, through the decades in Israel and Palestine. So anyhow, that's what was happening. This whole thing was staged, and then people were there to record it and then try to put out a narrative. And what's alarming, though, is the amount of elected officials that jumped on board very quickly to embrace this narrative. Dan Goldman, who is, a member of the House of Representatives in Congress, was repeating that same story about, pro-Hamas people wanting to attack synagogues a whole 24 hours before the event even happened. Again, posting the flyer that clearly says what it was about, but saying that that it
But
was
wait a minute. Anti-Semitic violence. Jews on Jews is anti-Semitic violence now?
Yeah, according to him. Because again, they want everybody to believe that the people there were Arabs when most of the people there were anti-Zionist Jews. In fact, when I was concerned the day, hours leading into the protest, I was growing really concerned. I was like, oh my God, there's going to be violence. And I started to reach out to some folks and started asking, who the people were, if they that were organizing this. And the feedback I got was, don't worry, majority of the people that are organizing this are anti-Zionist Jews. They're not Arabs. So they, the chances of them getting violent with them are slim, So that kind of gave me a little bit like, okay, this is not going to be a good look for them if they start attacking, considering what happened with Finkelstein and all this kind of stuff. But
well, I want to
didn't matter.
back up. Finkelstein. Let's mention that for a second, because I covered it on How Do We Miss That, but we did not really show what they did here. I've got it right here in this thread. Okay, but this is crazy. Wait. So they walk up to him.
How's it going? I got you a pager. You want a pager, Norman? Jews were known for being smart.
And then they put that damn thing in his pocket.
You know, it's fucking Holocaust denier, you piece of shit.
That's it. It's insane on so many levels. Calling him a Holocaust denier is insane.
It's insane.
They're Holocaust deniers. Literally right now, they're denying a Holocaust openly and actively right now. But the projection is off the charts. So they did this. Go ahead.
They did this, and then they followed Finkelstein all the way to
Milwaukee, right?
Milwaukee, I think. Yeah. Where this guy is, because he was supposed to give, he was invited to give a speech. And this guy decides to, go there. Now, again, leading up to this event, Betar was posting online how they were going to have, and they had these pictures of this guy that, you're a stereotypical terrorist, right? So the ski mask and looking scary or whatever. And they were calling him Boris, and that Boris was going to go and get him and all this kind of stuff. Well, they do that, right? And then this guy shows up. Well, apparently this guy, the guy who had organized the event, has a restraining order against this guy. And it's like a whole thing of, he had put a mural on the side of his business, and that basically said, I think the message was, imagine becoming the thing that you hate, right? And it was picture of Nazi Germany, and then on the bottom half, it kind of like melded into what's going on in Palestine, right? So comparing the two as one and the same. And the sign said, imagine becoming what you hated. Well, these people got really upset over it. So he and his 70, 80-year-old father showed up with axes in the middle of the night and started going to town on this sign. And then, there's cameras there. They got caught. They got arrested. And then that guy, put a restraining order against them, right? So he can't come within whatever. So this guy is all morning fighting it. Betar's online accusing the police of anti-Semitism. I mean, it was just a crazy, insane, campaign. And it turned out the guy showed up anyway, and then ended up getting arrested like a fool, and then couldn't do anything, at the event. So then they sent some other guy who, basically they were trying to talk it up like he was going to go in there and tell Finkelstein off. But all he ended up doing is making one comment and then got all embarrassed because everybody just started staring at him like, what are you doing, weirdo? And then he just shut up and walked away. So it was just a complete idiotic mess, and it was just, it looked like a complete PR stunt to try to get more attention, And I was reading when I was doing my research on Terosian, that Terosian aligns very much with the with the ideology that, similar to Trump's, that no press is bad press. So when you see these kind of like stunts that they pull where everyone's just like, oh my God, what are they doing? In when you align it with how Tarosian used to do PR and how he believes, you should use PR, it aligns with that methodology very well. Because again, no bad press is not, is still good press. Like any press is good press. Bring attention to yourself. So these people just don't care what they're doing so long as they become the focal attention and they cause havoc, in any of these cases. But what's happening is a lot of the Zionists are not happy with them because it is really shedding a light on what I call as, their behavior, IDF's behavior in Palestine, in Gaza and West Bank. They've exported that here in the US, and we're getting firsthand, a visual of that sort of behavior.
Bullying,
here, and people are not happy with it.
Bullying, terrorism. Look, remember the skunk that was sprayed on at the Columbia campus? That I believe was also Betar, if I remember correctly.
I believe you're right.
Okay, and that goes back to like last November or December. That was one of the first incidents I remember after there were protests on campus, and it was Shai Davidai knew somebody, and he was involved with fighting with somebody, and the next thing you know, there's some kind of an attack. I know he had a whole thing too. He's not doing so great these days from what we hear. We're all blocked by him.
There's infighting, there's the Zionist camps have started to fracture, due to Betar in large part. You're starting to see other organizations that are similar to Betar, like Shirian Collective. And then what's that guy, the actor, the bozo that's always on
Michael Rappaport.
Michael Rappaport, all of these guys now. If you go into Shirian Collective's X page, their banner now is the Kahan High banner. Rappaport, Betar put 2 clips of him praising Kahan, Mir Kahan, and Kahanism. So it's exactly what I've observed, and what, and I cannot believe I'm actually agreeing with ADL on anything because I hate them. But they also documented that same thing that this is they're trying to revive this, and they're trying to kind of spread and disseminate this viewpoint and get other people on under the tent. Now, for most people, and myself included, I don't remember the terrorism of Kahan High, but in the U.S. they were very much a terrorist organization. They killed a bunch of Americans in the U.S., car bombings, things like that. And so they were put on this list for a reason. Now in 2022, they were taken off the list by Anthony Blinken's State Department,
right,
under the excuse that they're not active anymore. So therefore, we're going to take them off the list. In reality, the reason they took them off the list, which happened just a few months before Ben-Gvir became their interior minister, is because of Ben-Gvir. Because Ben-Gvir was a Kahanist and was actually arrested for being a Koch member. And so you can't have a minister of Israel that can't come to the U.S. and is, part of your closest quote unquote allies government be a terrorist member that's on your terrorist list. So
I can't imagine why.
Them. Yeah, right. So they take them off the list, but they left them on the strategic global terrorist list, which means that any active members of Kahan High, the U.S. Can still sanction them. They can, what's the word? Like when they repossess your assets, they can take your assets and all this kind of stuff, and they can't travel here, right? And so they left them on that list. So these people are still on that list. And so, but yet you're seeing this, this sort of embracing of this. And that segment of the Zionist movement is now receiving backlash from, the ADLs and, the people who would much rather, have us have this image of the Zionist movement as a very peaceful, very peaceful, sophisticated, and movement that's looking to preserve the only democracy in the Middle East, rather than this savagery that these people are exposing to everyone.
While they drop 2,000-pound bombs on kids for 15
Yes.
months. Right.
Exactly.
Civil.
Exactly.
Um,
Exactly.
I want to get into the Eric Adams thing because we've touched on Tarosian. There's a big relationship and a history between Eric Adams. In the wake of this Brooklyn incident, Eric Adams comes out and gaslights because his actual bosses are Israel, of course, just like every other politician in this country, it seems, at this point, that running a major city are responsible for anything that's especially involved that could involve Jews and not just Jews, but Zionists. Okay, Jews and non-Jews alike, and it's important to make that distinction over and over again because a lot of people are letting that line slip, and
Yes.
and it's getting down a slippery slope because
Yeah.
Pete Hegseth is a Christian Zionist, all right, and fundamentalist, and he's he's in the same boat as a lot of these Betar US. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call him a terrorist, although he's perfectly happy with Israel terrorizing Palestinian children. And he wouldn't really want to say so, but he kind of says so. So Eric Adams starts off by gaslighting and saying that anti-Semitism has no place in New York City, which it shouldn't, okay? Nor should anti-Palestinian behavior, but that seems to be okay. Nobody ever talks about, forget about the fact that Palestinians are the real Semites here because they actually live in the region and historically come from there, whereas most Israelis have a European background and they're not really Semitic, but that's a whole other story. We will not tolerate attacks on Jewish New Yorkers. And here we go with anti-Semitism, Judaism and anti-Semitism, okay, and Zionism, trying to conflate the two. All right. And you remind him, disgusting, corrupt dude, that Betar, which is run by your buddy, Ron Tarosian, right, and your donor, organized the attacks on people protesting that sale of stolen Palestinian land, the majority of whom are Jewish in Borough Park. So, like, again, framing this as anti-Semitic when when most of the people there were Jewish to begin with that were protesting it. And then you made this video. Now, I don't know if I can play this, if it's got music to it. It's almost 9 minutes long, and there's a ton of material in there. And this kind of...
Yeah, so if you can actually mute it and then...
and just let it run.
I don't know if, are you able to make it bigger just so that...
Oh, sure.
Yeah, like...
There we go.
There we go. Perfect. Yeah, so so I'm writing an article, which is taking me forever to do, and I'm kind of like a little bit regretting even starting it because it's just so massive, and every time I think I've got everything, then something new pops up, and then I just go down another rabbit hole. But anyway, I'm hoping it'll finish sometime soon. But anyway, so I decided in the meantime to just make this video showing an outline of the connections between these people, and basically what happened was, okay, so when Eric Adams was indicted for bribery, corruption under FARA, right, as violations of FARA, because we have a USC code that specifically says that if you are an elected, elected official, now this applies to the federal government, but New York has somewhat similar, that you cannot be bribed, you cannot take, money and gifts and whatever from foreign agent. It's contradictory to the role that you serve. And so, there's FARA violations, which says that, you have to, if you are working to represent a foreign government, you have to be registered as an agent. But there's also rules about how, as an elected official, you interact with, a registered agent, right? Which takes you also, is also a glimpse into why pro-Israel lobby has fought so hard against being labeled foreign agents, because there's whole level of like reporting and disclosing that you have to do of what you've done, how much you've given to people, who you've interacted with, who you had dinner with, who you even had a meeting with, right? And
Sure.
so anyway, so when that happened, that came out and it just blew up, right? What people didn't realize is that there was the New York Times had published a series of articles talking about the subpoenas that Eric Adams had been issued starting in the summer and then leading up to his indictment. And those subpoenas weren't just for Turkey; they were
Nope.
for 5 other countries as well, and it included Israel. And that caught my eye because I have done, a lot of research on this subject, and I know that getting the FBI to actually look into an elected official under FARA related to Israel has not been done, right? It's been done in other countries and other related to other countries like Bob Menendez, in Egypt and Henry Kuehler and Azerbaijan and Mexico and things like that, but never Israel, which is always like, the giant elephant in the room that, is just overlooked. So when
Right.
I saw this, I was like, whoa, ding, 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 this is something, right? And I started to look into it, and I started to look at, what is it about this, right? And what I found was a whole world that opened up. And so I'll start it off by saying that, when the indictment came out, and it was September 26th when he was indicted, on the same day, Tablet Magazine, and if you just let this play a little bit and I'll tell you when to stop.
Sure.
I have a picture of Tablet Magazine's cover story. Tablet Magazine came up with a cover story. So those are the 5 countries, by the way, that he was also subpoenaed for. Okay, the clip is right here. Okay, if you could stop it right here. So Tablet Magazine published this on September 26th, same day, and it's titled "The Jews Should Stand with Eric Adams." Now it's a long article, but in that article, the argument that he makes all the way leading up to this section that I've highlighted is basically making an argument to, and he calls it Jewish to the Jewish community, but really he's targeting Zionists, right? Because Zionists are the ones who fund Israel lobbyists, right? And give money to the Israel lobby. And so what he says is, for here where the logic.
Oh, I lost you.
Like Turks and Queens or Zionist Jews who support AIPAC, the ADL, or B'nai B'rith, and then it goes on to the bottom. It says will be criminalized.
Right.
So the entire article, and Tablet Magazine, I found out, is a Zionist, publication that, and their target audience are Zionists. Is making the argument that we need to stand behind Eric Adams because if he goes down for Turkey, we're next, right?
But wait a minute. But wait a minute. Why is it saying that Zionist Jews who support AIPAC or the ADL or B'nai B'rith are going to be criminalized? I don't understand.
Right.
What has that got to do with Eric Adams? That what is he holding back?
Right. So why is that, right? So a couple of questions, right? So first question is, for decades, Zionist lobbyist organizations, right? Israel lobby organizations, and that includes the AIPAC, that includes ADL, B'nai B'rith. These are all part of the network. Have always argued that they do not need to register under FARA because they're not an Israeli org; they're an American org, right? And that all the money that they receive comes from Americans, and blah blah blah. So why worry, right? So first question. Second question is, what does that have to do with Eric Adams, right? If you're worried about it setting precedent, you should have been worried about it setting precedent when Bob Menendez got convicted. right? Or Henry Keeler got indicted, or a
Sure.
slew of other people, because they're all related to the same thing, FARA in a foreign country, right? So why Eric Adams? Well, it's because Eric Adams receives a lot of money from the Israel lobby.
Of course.
Not only that, but Eric Adams has also been subpoenaed for that activity, right? And he's been subpoenaed for, in particular, related to trips that he took to Israel that were paid for by a Zionist organization, but the money came for, are you ready for this?
Mark Rowan.
Mark Rowan from Apollo Capital, billionaire, right? And so in return for favors, right? And so he's gone on a couple of trips like this, and it's actually been reported and questioned at the time, like, hey, this doesn't look right, you know? So I started to stumble on a couple of the articles that actually pointed to these articles that were published about his trip. So I found those, I started looking, and I'm like, holy moly, this man, they paid, I think it was something like $35,000 or $39,000 for this guy to go on a trip to Israel. Like, that's a lot of money, and that means you're really flying posh, right? And so anyhow, so that's one piece of it, and there's others, right? So then you look a little bit deeper, and you realize that there was also another article about Eric Adams, and it had to do with the raid in Columbia University.
Oh yeah, this
And
one that you showed back here.
yes,
Sorry, I just had it. Oh, I went too
I
far. Okay,
think, yeah,
back,
no,
back.
you didn't go too far. Keep going, keep going.
Then
No,
we
it's
got this
after this one.
chart. Okay, it's after this. Okay.
It's after this, yeah.
There's that Ron Tarosian and
Yeah.
reminder of who he
And I'll,
is. Mhm.
yeah. And there's that Boris, that's that Boris guy they keep putting out there.
From
See
that
that?
organization that
Scare
Ron
people,
Tarosian,
you know?
Ron is the head of that organization.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And here's a
So this is
Guardian article. Mhm.
Yeah, about some of his, straw donations, which, by the way, the Israel lobby is very infamous for doing. And I'll explain this in a little bit. But if you keep going, it's right after this. So if you remember in the spring of 2024, when all of the pro-Palestine encampments were happening in universities.
Mhm.
So there was an article that came out, again, I think it was the New York Times that published it, but it was about this group chat, this WhatsApp group chat that was called Israel Current Events.
Mhm.
It had over 100 members who were Zionist billionaires and wealthy people who were staunch pro-Israel advocates who were coordinating to shape the narrative of to shape a pro-Israel narrative on what was happening in Gaza. And so they started to turn their ire towards these protests that were happening, and in particular, Columbia University. And I was kind of curious as to why Columbia. Like, I know a lot of them lived in New York, but why Columbia? You know? Well, it
Right.
turned out is that Columbia started the encampment movement.
Yes.
It was Columbia who first did it. So their thought process was, if you take the mothership down, right? They kind of saw Columbia as the mothership, then all of the other encampments will go away too. But as long as Columbia stands, then the encampments will continue. So they started talking about getting, the NYPD to raid Columbia and to go after these students. But their challenge was that Columbia is a private university, and they, NYPD would have to get invited in. And so then they started talking about, meeting with Eric Adams, offering him things, see what he wants, to get him to, to cooperate and raid Columbia. And then they also talked about going to the board at Columbia and pressuring the board members and the donors to pressure the board members to allow the NYPD, to invite the NYPD to come and arrest it. So they had a meeting with Adams, and they invited him to have a meeting with them. They had the meeting, and 2 days later, after this meeting, Columbia got raided by the NYPD.
Right.
Now, and so what happened was is that whatchamacallit, they get raided on and okay, so let me talk about the raid real quick.
Go
So they
ahead.
get raided, right? So the raid was interesting because what happens is that, some more articles, thankfully to The Guardian, and some other people as well, started reporting that when NYPD came onto campus, they did not know where to go, right? They don't know how to navigate it or who to arrest because there was, there was only what they were targeting in that raid were the people who were in Hind Hall and not everybody, right? Because
Right.
they wanted to kind of keep it at a minimum. Well, there was a professor that was at Columbia, by name of the Rebecca Weiner, who was also the head of
The task force.
NYPD Intelligence and Counterterrorism Bureau at the NYPD. She was credited by Adams as being the spy. He literally called her a spy, as being the spy on campus and spying on these students, gathering information about them, and then on the day of the raid, navigating and directing the NYPD as to where to go to raid and arrest students. Okay, so if you
Right.
fast forward just a little bit in this screen, I go into her a little bit.
Rebecca, there we go. Oh, you got Rebecca
There
right
it
there.
is. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can actually make it
Yeah,
bigger.
yeah, I'll blow
to
that
see
up
it.
again. Sure.
Yeah. So Rebecca is very interesting. Okay. So she is, like I said, she's, professor there. She's also, heads this counterterrorism bureau. And interestingly, the counterterrorism bureau has an office in Tel Aviv.
Yes.
She's on record saying that since October 7th, their office gets daily, I think daily or hourly reports from their Tel Aviv office. And so this is, Columbia congratulating her, right, on getting the intel position. And then, she coordinates with them. And then here's the real interesting part. That bureau that she heads was reported in 2011, which they continue to do, that they have a program that's called the demographic unit. The demographic unit maps human terrain mapping,
Oh
which
boy.
you covered on one of your segments that I saw.
Yep.
Human terrain mapping is something that I reported on as well in regards to Tulsi Gabbard and what the DoD does, on foreign countries, right? And
Yep.
so they took this information and started to do this in New York on New Yorkers. Now, let me back up. Post 9/11, when this unit was created, it was created in conjunction and under the tutelage of the CIA. The CIA not only sent active CIA members who are on the CIA's payroll to help stand up this unit, but they continued to send active CIA members to train people on how to find informants, how to, look for, how to blend in and basically spy on communities and get intel and gather intel on them and all this kind of stuff. And then also how to do the human terrain mapping. And so all of this is done on particularly Muslim communities.
Yep.
And a lot of people were added to lists, right? And so that behavior in the gray zone reporting said that they used that same methodology on Columbia. They went into Columbia and they did human terrain mapping of these students on the Columbia campus and ID'd and created lists of who's who and who needs to get arrested and who needs to do this and who needs to do that. And it's all based on bullshit because in this clip that you're showing, she's in a hearing explaining why did NYPD arrest these students? What crime did they commit? She explains that crime wasn't committed. They were arrested because they showed signs of what does she call it? Rhetoric that aligned with terrorist organizations, that wearing headbands that align with a terrorist organization is indicative of you potentially committing a crime. That in speech, right? So things like river to the sea, things like that, or terrorist rhetoric, and therefore they were arrested for that. So speech and clothing is what they arrested them for.
Yep.
Now, mind you, majority of them, the arrests end up becoming bogus because, it just doesn't hold muster. But that's where they were going with this. And when you look at where they mapped this from, and Gray Zone, again, does a great job of showing this, that, when they applied the human terrain mapping methodology to Columbia University, they actually adopted, and it appeared that they were adopting and mirroring a similar program that was used in the West Bank to map out people who live there.
Right.
And so you see this behavior of this,
There you go.
of where
Map
they're
the city's
getting their
human
information.
terrain. Mm-hmm.
And now apply it to students. And now that you've mapped the terrain and they're not committing crimes, but you arrest them anyway because a bunch of billionaire donors told Eric Adams to do it. A bunch of them donated to him, and then promised, a bunch of other things to him in terms of sending him, private detectives to help NYPD to identify people that they could arrest and all this other BS.
And it's certainly a privacy violation of every student on campus, at minimum.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And so then they go in, raid, arrest. The arrests don't hold, water. And the justification is pre-crime. Well, if you look at where they repeat this bullshit about pre-crime, is a lot of these, Israel organizations that are selling this notion and idea to law enforcement, DHS, FBI, local law enforcement, of using AI tools to ID people who are in protests and keeping them on databases, because you never know, right? That they could show back up and then that it's them. So it's this, complete witch hunt.
Surveillance
and
state.
Complete criminal surveillance, absolute surveillance state, and simply to crush protesters that are asking, their universities or their government to stop supporting genocide.
And you're talking about private businesses, who are involved in this chat, in this WhatsApp chat or whatever, this group thread, right? You're talking about private businesses, private educational institutions, and public policing. That's literally the definition of fascism. That's like, public-private partnership type of stuff, where you've got the merge of the corporation and the state effectively controlling a narrative that it's very dangerous.
It is. And what they've done is you take what we just discussed, and how, it's all of these pieces involved, right? So you've got these, literally a list of who's who, billionaires of Wall Street, of tech companies, of you name it, in this group chat, who have helped Adams orchestrate this whole thing. You've got a Israel-linked, bureau chief who is constantly getting, updates from Israel, whose department has mapped the entire program, around an Israeli program, who, going after students. Now, where does this all lead back to why the panic on Eric Adams and the FAR violations and the subpoenas and investigations going forward? Well, if you look at that, if these subpoenas continued, for one, it would uncover a lot of this, these kickbacks that Adams has enjoyed from the pro-Israel lobby, right? But it
Right.
also opens up a lot of other things that he has done as favors, right? Namely, this group chat, because there are members of this group chat who donated to Adams and are documented in the group chat with screenshots stating that they gave Adams donations as part of this conversation to go raid Colombia. So this again goes
Literally
back
pay for
under
play.
pay for play, right? And so you've got a lot of powerful people who cannot afford to have Eric Adams get convicted. So the narrative that we see, and I think that, in this case, I'm not sure, I haven't seen anything that indicates to me that Trump himself is aware of any of this, but a lot of it seems to indicate that whoever sold him this idea to, pardon this guy in exchange for him helping with going after the illegal immigrants, it's probably the carrot that they dangled, to get him to come on board. But you have to look at the guy who actually pitched these ideas, who actually worked this, and the guy responsible for this catastrophe that happened at the DOJ, which is Emil Bove.
Yep.
Emil Bove used to be an attorney in the Southern District of New York, right? And worked with Rebecca Weiner. They were basically the federal and state, counterparts on counterterrorism, intelligence gathering, going after, quote unquote, bad guys together. And they work together. They're on podcasts together. They've written stuff together. And so they work together very closely. A lot of the, people that he went in there and basically, I don't know how close you followed this story, but the 7 or now 8 attorneys that resigned rather than to sign off on dismissing the case against Adams came out one after another stating that they would not sign off on this because this is blatant interference and political and a quid pro quo essentially of a case that is very solid. This case would have been massive had it gone to court. And what they do is they paint these people as, initially they try to paint these people as a bunch of like Biden holdover, leftists, whatever, right? Well, it turns out that the lead prosecutor is actually a Trump appointee and is very much, conservative and not at all in that mold, right? And so she is the one who came out very hardcore saying, no, this is, I don't agree with this, right? And so they went down the chain one by one and as people resigned, and they just kept continuing until finally the person that ended up signing it, which they push as a narrative that says, oh, well, these people were just abusing their power, blah, blah. And then finally, look, somebody did sign in, da, da, da. But the guy actually came out with a statement saying that the reason he signed it is that he wanted to save more of his colleagues from quitting because he felt that it would be, a big loss to the Department of Justice to have all these like attorneys quit. And
Sure.
so the reason for it was not at all because, the person signed because they thought that they agreed with it. They did it to save their colleagues. Also, the argument they keep pushing forward is that the case was meritless and was a witch hunt and overuse of government power, blah, blah, blah. That's not at all what Emil Bove stated was the reason. The reason he stated was that, this was too close to the election and that DOJ has a standing policy not to, go after people. Well, that doesn't hold water because the guy was indicted in September of 2024. Their election isn't until October of 2025. So that's a whole year ahead, right? Second was, that it would preclude him from coordinating on classified information to include going after illegals. Well, again, that is the quid pro quo right there, right? And what they're, what is the trade-off, like, hey, we'll drop the charges, you help us, find the illegals. But it does not mean that the case did not have standing or merit, and it does not mean that that's why you dismissed it, because you clearly have stated that's not why you dismissed it. It actually had merit, and 8 people quit because you did that. So when I finally finish this article, I hope to lay all of that out very clearly, that I believe and that there's a lot of evidence that shows that there was a lot of people who would benefit, that were on the pro-Israel side, that would benefit from Eric Adams indictment and subpoenas getting dropped altogether, because it touched way too close to home for them.
Yeah, they had to make that case disappear for a lot of different reasons, and they have Trump in there. The Adelsons and a lot of the Zionist lobby has Trump in their pocket, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be Trump. It's just somebody connected to Trump makes a phone call to a lawyer that's already connected and apparently worked on a case on a case for him. So it wouldn't be that hard for him to ask them to do a favor, and now all of a sudden you're seeing that the attorney general, or who's the guy that ordered the attorneys to drop the case?
The deputy attorney general,
Emil Bove.
Acting deputy attorney general. And the funny part about Emil Bove, if you go into the clip right before this one, is it's so funny because Trump appointed him, and actually, if you keep going, appointed him and his business partner deputy attorney general and assistant deputy attorney general. So Bove is actually the assistant deputy attorney general. His business partner, Blanche, who both of them worked in Blanche Law, is the deputy attorney general. But the deputy attorney general position has to get confirmed, which is why Bove's is in there temporarily, because his business partner hasn't been confirmed yet. So,
and you can put somebody in
guys,
temporarily without confirming them as an interim.
Exactly.
And you can actually have them there the entire 4 years as an interim and never have them Senate confirmed, by the way. They played that game before.
Yep. And these two guys worked at different law firms, very big law firms. And when Trump had his the New York case, the one with the hush money, whatever her name was, Stormy Daniels hush money case. Yeah, they both left their law firms when Trump hired them to represent him, and they created Blanche Law. So then they worked under Blanche Law, and then when Trump got elected, they got appointed deputy attorney general and assistant deputy attorney general. So the nepotism, just to sort of the kickbacks run. Yeah. I mean, of course, you can't just point that to Trump. They all do it. Every administration does it. But it's just, in this case, Bove, his footprint ties directly to New York politics, New York counterterrorism, Israel, all of those players that play there. And then just to take it a piece, because I did skip past this, but Ron Tarosian, the way he's involved with Eric Adams, as I mentioned before, he helped him get elected in the last election, but was also really involved with him in a lot of ways. Well, interestingly, when the FBI was raiding different people's homes that were connected to Eric Adams, they were looking specifically for, in one of the cases, they were specifically looking for any connections of Ron Tarosian to Eric Adams and influencing him to, to do favors for Turkey in return for kickbacks. Well, why would Ron Tarosian, who's a Zionist, whose whole thing is about Israel, be involved in a Turkey thing? Because Ron Tarosian is also a registered agent of Turkey.
For Turkey. That's right. He's a lobbyist for Turkey.
Yeah, he's an actual registered agent under FARA, under Turkey. And so, that is another set of connections that were linking to Adams. So when I can go on forever pointing at all of the different connections that were there. Eric Schmidt the guy that the Google guy,
Yep.
Eric Schmidt, who was also in that group chat, was also in Ron Tarosian's entourage, if you will, with Eric Adams going to parties. Like I said, this guy loves taking pictures. So there's like millions of pictures of them out there.
It's like Rabbi
Together
Shmuley, it
partying
reminds me
together.
of. You know, he loves just taking his picture with
Yes.
every politician.
Yes, yes, and putting it out there and letting everybody know, like, hey, I'm so connected, and then basically playing off of that to get more business and more credibility for themselves. So,
Unbelievable. All right. Well,
unbelievable story.
Well, again, you're doing a tremendous amount of research here and putting out. And again, this is just one part of the story that you have been uncovering. So for everybody, we didn't even get into Richie Torres and how Tarosian also has been involved in fundraising for Richie Torres and helped Richie Torres raise over $1 million for the 2024 cycle. Again, I encourage everybody to follow you on Twitter, X, as well as now it looks like you're starting to dip back into Substack a little bit, maybe, hopefully, and publish there a little bit more. But yeah,
a little bit, yeah.
But by all means,
I have to learn how to use it first.
Well, I can help teach that, but by all means, everyone go follow at GenXGirl1994 on Twitter, X. I can't stand calling it X because Elon likes that. But
I know.
But thank you again for joining us today. We'll be back. We'll do this again. Again, this has been a fun series. I learn a lot. People seem to really like our conversations, and they're learning a ton from your research. And I thank you for doing it, because there's no way to pay you. You're not getting paid by anybody to do it. It's just because you're angry about the way that you see things running that I see.
Yeah.
You don't put up a GoFundMe link. There's no Cash App or PayPal. You're not looking to solicit any kind of funding to do this. It's just to expose the facts that are out there. And that's the way that we live, and we love that. Now, we do ask for funding. So if you are able to and of means, those are the incredible people that do support our channel. Okay, that's our wall of fame. We do not get, we're demonetized on YouTube. So we ask you to, if you want to support our network and help us fund all the things that we do, Cash App, $ IndieNews Network, ko-fi.com/IndieNews Network, paypal.me/IndieNews Network, or you can subscribe at our newsletter at innnewsletter.com. And you can do that on an annual or on a monthly basis. And again, GenXGirl, thank you so much. We'll be back soon. I don't know exactly when. Maybe next month. We'll try to make this a monthly thing if possible. And if you're available, that's awesome. I'll let you have the last word, and then I'll say goodbye.
Oh, well, just thanks for listening, and hope people find it useful.
Awesome. All right, everyone. Have a great day, and we will see you soon. Have a great one. Support independent media, because we need it more than ever. Love you, everyone.
Can keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your heads. Why play civil if you won't listen to 50,000 dead? And now we know our mission, we form a militia, make Congress a prison. No, I play civil when all these dead won't make you listen. What's more American than slaying your oppressors? What's more American than liberty or death first? God, I thought we were founded on abolishing the tyranny of those who would starve a village all to live empirically. And I regret that I have only one life to give for my cause now.
Who are these people?
I only see my screen?
Who are these people?
Yeah, I'm good.
Who are these people? Hi, everybody. It's Indy, and we're back for another one-on-one, and it's been a couple of months, and I wanted to talk again with my friend GenXGirl1994 over on the X, but of course, we're here everywhere. Hi, GenXGirl. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Everything is working. We have good audio, just making sure everything's going to work. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. So, holy crap, a lot has happened since we last talked. And, you know, we've talked about the research that you do about Israel and their influence on our media, on our Congress, the amount of research that you've done. Just to recap, everyone, we've talked about your work about Betar U.S., and Ron Tarosian and their influence underneath the Zionists of America and promoting the terrorist group Kahani Kai. That's really bad. That Smotra, that Ben Gvir is a member of, leading pogroms. And we all saw what happened when Ben Gvir came to the United States. He caused a stir in every city that he was in. But Betar blew up like after you started researching it. It's almost like you shedding light on it really got people paying attention to what was happening. And that's why I wanted to bring you back, is because you do such great research about, about what the Israel lobby is up to and how they're trying to influence our narrative and discourse. There's a lot that you've been researching and uncovering since the last time we talked. So I thought it would be important to document some of that. Give you the floor and let you tell us some of the things that you've been seeing, thinking about, what's been frustrating you, and what you've been focused on. So the floor is all yours.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, there's been a lot that's happened, right? So kind of picking what to talk about today. And I think that, a couple of the things that I've researched that are probably most important are some of the information that I researched on ADL that, I think more people would benefit from understanding and looking at, discrepancies and things that they're putting out that are not necessarily, are a great exaggeration of situations. In other cases, I've seen them just, blatant lies that they push out. And as we were talking, before we started recording, just, that there's very little pushback from our lawmakers, anyone really in position of power, mainstream media. Now, social media is completely different. I think, ADL recognizes that people on social media are on to what they're doing. So they're much more savvy and understand what's happening with ADL. But, outside of that, I feel that, they still have, they have a tremendous amount of influence and power in Congress, in the executive branch. They're quoted constantly as if they are, this beacon of truth and civil liberty, but, they're completely a shill, organization that specifically has one goal, which is promoting, Israel and the Israeli narrative. And so it's, and every year that passes by, they become more and more extreme in that endeavor. And so I wanted to talk about that. And then if we have time, we could just quickly talk about a little bit about what happened in this last week, because I think that for anyone who is interested in exposing these people who are, more interested in promoting, a Zionist narrative and the state of Israel than they are, working for the federal government, then this last week was probably a great week for that movement because of characters like Michael Waltz and Mike Lawler, the bill, the anti-boycott bill that he was trying to push that got completely, pushed back by really activism online. And then, just some of the fallout from the Waltz firing and, just the story that never ceases to stop giving, because it seems like every day there's a new story about Michael Waltz and his connections to Israel and compromise of government data to the Israeli government, and so on and so forth. So if we have time, we can talk about that, but we can start off with the ADL.
Yeah, let's get to the ADL. And Jonathan Greenblatt has been, now, Rafe and Colin on IndieNews have done a couple of segments about the ADL and about their influence and about their background. We're going to talk about Builders for Tomorrow. I actually read this entire thing over on How Do We Miss That on Sunday night. It's a fascinating story. We're definitely going to get into that. I first want to start with this Morning Joe segment that you mentioned is a good indicator of how Jonathan Greenblatt spins a story to lie. This is a story about Wikipedia, right? So explain what happens here.
So this is where, so ADL published, I think back to back in March on the 19th and 21st, they published two reports, one on the Wikipedia and how there is a hate group narrative, they claim a conglomerate of the editors on Wikipedia are anti-Israel, and then of course they always tag on anti-Jewish, although every example he gives is anti-Israel, bias and narrative. But then he also talks about in this video his second report, which is anti-Jewish and anti-Israel bias in leading large language models, which is AI.
Right.
And the premise of that is what he argues is that, AI, when they're trained on data from, places like Wikipedia. And if Wikipedia has bad data, then AI has bad data. And in this case, the bad data that he's talking about is the quote unquote anti-Israel bias. And that he claims that AI is being trained to be anti-Semitic.
Right. So if Wikipedia is biased, so Wikipedia is Hamas, and therefore everybody that used the AI is Hamas because they're being trained on Wikipedia effectively.
Right.
So let's hear him. Let's hear him bullshit for 4 minutes.
The Anti-Defamation League has found evidence of pervasive anti-Israel and anti-Semitic bias on Wikipedia. The report states that at least 30 editors acted in unison to circumvent Wikipedia's content guidelines, spreading anti-Israel bias following the October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas. The report also found that this group of editors were in frequent communication with one another to intentionally spread anti-Semitic narratives and use pro-Hamas phrases on Arabic language pages. Let's bring in right now the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt. Jonathan, as always, thank you so much for being here. Now, we're going to get to in a minute Wikipedia's response because they did respond and ban some of these people. But first, talk about this sort of conspiracy, this online conspiracy to spread anti-Jewish hatred and pro-Hamas propaganda and focus specifically, if you will.
Notice how it became anti-Jewish all of a sudden.
In Arabic-speaking nations where they were just over the top.
Oh, I mean, over the top doesn't begin to state it, Joe. Look, let's just step back and realize Wikipedia is the most visited non-commercial website in the world. 4.4 billion people use it every month. It's bigger than Facebook. It's bigger than Instagram. It's bigger than TikTok. It's literally the default resource for students, for journalists, for ordinary people. And we began to become concerned because we were seeing evidence of bias. So we did what we do at ADL. We decided to kind of lift up the hood and do a data-driven, evidence-based analysis. We literally went back and reviewed thousands and thousands of edits, thousands of messages on the chat logs. And what we found was astonishing. I mean, we think about it as this decentralized, volunteer-led resource. In fact, it's being manipulated by small groups of editors with an ideological agenda. And we found clear evidence, 18 times more likely a small group of people to communicate in their group communications. We found tandem editing, where they coordinate their edits in clear violation of the rules. We found block voting on decisions. And here's why it matters, Joe. These individuals, invisibly, beyond the reach of what most people see, 30 or so people are able to manipulate articles on anti-Semitism, on Israel, on the Middle East, again, in a way that glorifies Hamas, as you said, in a way that plays down terrorism, in a way that literally misinforms the public. But it's
Jonathan,
again, so unseen.
it is horrifying this happened. Give us an example so people understand how bad it was.
So take Samir Kuntar, a well-known terrorist who was arrested by Israel after, as a 16-year-old, he was a Lebanese Hezbollah operative who came into Israel, kidnapped a young father and his daughter, drowned the father in front of the daughter in the ocean, and then beat the daughter to death, this 4-year-old girl, with the butt of his rifle and killed her. He was also involved in the hijacking of Achille Lauro. He had American blood on his hands. If you go to Wikipedia, you think he's a freedom fighter because they've literally sanitized and removed any reference to his terrorist activities. And there are lots of examples of this. And you mentioned this earlier, Joe, the Arabic language Wikipedia. I mean, it's literally like just reading straight up Al Jazeera. Now, that would be okay if they were clear about their biases, but they're not. It is portrayed as objective. And here's why it really matters, Joe. Google relies on Wikipedia for their knowledge panels. OpenAI relies on Wikipedia for ChatGPT. These large language models, these LLMs, are built on Wikipedia. And it is time. ADL has kind of shined a light on this. But we need Congress, we need other watchdogs to see what kind of biases are going on here. We can tell you about the anti-Semitism they're spreading, but I want to know, is there more to this? Because I believe there is. I think the 30 editors that we found are only the tip of the iceberg. We need congressional attention on this. We need more consideration of what's really going on at Wikipedia.
More insanity.
More of everything.
Now wait. I'm laughing here. Let me stop for 1 second because I want to counter that narrative with one simple fact, which is that we've known for decades that it is not Hamas that edits and manipulates Wikipedia, but rather it is the CIA. So he's screaming that the CIA is Hamas and that the CIA is making edits and block edits. Oh my God, it's CIA. Thank you for telling me, Jonathan Greenblatt. Okay, now you may continue, but I wanted to at least point out that the organization that's most known over decades for editing Wikipedia illegally has been the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. Continue.
Exactly. I mean, there's so much to this. If you can click on that screenshot next to the video, and I'll just, because I just want to take a minute and talk about this video at a couple points in the video, right? I don't know if you noticed how, they start off by introducing the title of the report, but then, very quickly, they go into the examples of, that it's anti-Israel, blah, blah, blah. But notice Joe Scarborough jumping in and saying, anti-Jewish, right? And yet none of the examples that he gave in there or in the ADL report, which, in the interview, he only gave one example, but in the report itself, there is not a single anti-Jewish example. It's all examples of, things that they deem are anti-Israel. But the conflating of anti-Jewish with anti-Israel is that, again, another example where they're using that IHRA umbrella to say they're one and the same, right? And then he goes into Greenblock, segues into, it's like, if they're all, they're repeating pro-Hamas narratives. It's like reading Al Jazeera. So there's another attack, right? Because we've been seeing for months now that the pro-Israel side has been trying to broadcast this narrative that Qatar is the bigger issue for the United States and not Israel, right? And so Al Jazeera is a big issue because Al Jazeera is Qatari based, right?
Yep.
And so it's that another, sort of subliminal, well, I don't even call it subliminal, but indirect, jab at, if you read Al Jazeera, you're reading Hezbollah,
Al Jazeera
right?
is actually like a legitimate news organization. I hate to tell you. It doesn't. The fact that they report about what Israel does, honestly, is a problem for Israel. Because whether it's biased or not, and look, Al Jazeera is going to come from the perspective of the Muslim and Arab world. I hate to say it. So that's how they're seeing this. And if you think that that's propaganda or if that's misinformation, well, maybe there's something wrong with the way that you're presenting yours to them if that's how they're interpreting your information.
maybe.
Well, and also, Al Jazeera, to their credit, has been really at the forefront of exposing a lot of, the narrative that we've been sold. So, but going back to that screenshot, I just want to point out. So he brought up this guy Samir Kuntar as an example. So I actually went and looked at their report to see. So to start off, like the left side is a screenshot of their report. But the report itself, and this is the ADL, who's, they've got graphic designers, on staff. They put these two very fuzzy pictures of screenshots. So it's very hard to read. So I actually went on Wikipedia to double check.
What does it say? Right.
Like he claims that they scrubbed this entry and have made this guy into some hero. I went into Wikipedia to look. First of all, there's no scrubbing. They moved a paragraph down from the top to 2 or 3 paragraphs down, as you can see from my arrow. And that paragraph specifically cites that he was, convicted of murder, and also that the United States has put him on the specialty designated terrorist group. Now, this guy died a few years ago, so he's not even alive. But, this is the example that he's decided to make, right? Is that this is what he's hanging his hat on. But it's very easy to just go and quickly check to see, well, is this true? It's absolutely not true. They're not scrubbing anything. They've simply moved it down. And I looked at some of the other examples that they have cited in there, and it's literally, situations where this conglomerate that they claim is behind this are a group of people that have gone and are coordinating, and you can see the chat logs. I mean, it's all out there available for people to look at, where they're talking about changes. And, in the case of this, where they've added some more context, such as the fact that the guy contested his conviction, the whole time. So they added in there that he's maintained his innocence. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. If that is a public fact, if this guy's important enough to put a Wikipedia page out there for him, and he himself is saying, I contest being convicted. And oh, by the way, I really got curious. So then I started to look even more. And Israeli Record, his psychiatrist, Israeli psychiatrist that was assigned to him all the years he was in prison, said that she believes him, and that there is a lot of evidence that is highly questionable in his case. So there is legitimate.
Well, wait a minute. Stop. There's one other thing. He was eventually released as part of the 2008 Israel-Hezbollah prison exchange. So he was let out of prison. He's such an evil human being that he did what Jonathan Greenblatt accused him of doing. They let him out? They would exchange him for anything or anyone, considering the heinousness of a crime like that? Now, they couldn't get a conviction, right. So that means they were holding him without conviction for decades, right?
They actually did convict him, but in his court case, because they hung it on the fact that he had confessed. But during his court case, he said that he confessed under duress because he had been beaten up.
Oh, right. He was convicted. Yeah, I see. He was convicted of murder and terrorism, but he maintained his innocence.
Yeah, so
I got it.
He maintained his innocence, right? And then, and it's also very curious because they declassified his entire court case was classified until I think 2 days before they released him in the prisoner exchange. They declassified everything minus the testimony of one individual. The psychiatrist that is on record saying that she believes him said convenient. That there's a lot, that there's a lot to this, and why did they keep that? A lot of the evidence that proves his point was there. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. The guy's dead.
All right, so this is again. That's also one of the things that ADL will do is harp on something that doesn't matter for the narrative at all at this point. As an example, right. So wait, where's the Hamas? Where's the Hezbollah? He's attacking right now in 2024, or even since October 7th, that they're so focused on this that they've dumped over $100 million into changing the narrative here and shifting narratives here, right? None of that is what he was able to point to. He pointed to some obscure old thing about a guy who died, about a crime that happened 30, 40 years ago. Like,
there's so much to point to between then and now that you could have brought up. Why harp on that one case? It's really kind of weird.
It's a little telling too, because the paragraph that he was harping on, right, and is really, bent out of shape about, not only says that he was convicted and that he was on the terrorist watch list for the U.S., but also has 2 entries in there that was contested that state that Syria under Assad gave him some metal and that Hezbollah gave him some other metal, which I looked at the chat logs, and there was a lot of debate going back and forth about the legitimacy of the publications that reported it, and that they were more propaganda, but they decided to include it anyway. But that's not what you hear on MSNBC's Morning Joe. What you hear is, oh my gosh, this terrorist has been turned into a hero. It's ridiculous. So anyway, that got me started into, okay, what the heck is in this report? I started reading the Wikipedia report, and I was like, well, this is crazy. And so I started to see a lot of the narrative. They also have a hyperlink to the sister report, which is the anti-Jewish, anti-Israel bias in leading large language models. So I was like, well, what is this? So I started to look into that, and I realized that, that the entire report argues that, that AI has a learning problem and that it's being taught to be anti-Semitic, in large part because it's the part of the learning model that they have relies on AI learning off of Wikipedia, and since Wikipedia is pro-Hamas, now AI is training to be pro-Hamas.
Everything's Hamas. So AI is Hamas.
Everything is Hamas. So then, of course, after I read both of them, I'm like, well, this is a heap of garbage. Who helped pull this data for them? There is no way, because they keep talking about how they aggregated large data. They used AI to aggregate the data. And I'm like, all right, I know ADL doesn't have this capability. Who's helped them? And I was specifically looking for an entity called NCRI, which is an Israel-funded group that has produced a lot of reports,
like
claiming
this,
anti-Semitism. Yeah, it's similar. And so I thought it was going to be them. So I scroll down to the bottom and I see that it's this entity called Builders for Tomorrow. And I'm like, well, that's new. I've never heard of these people. So I look, and typically, they'll typically have links, they'll hyperlink their partners. There's no hyperlink. There's no ADL page that describes who these people are. They usually do that. They'll have a whole page dedicated to their partnership. They like to splash and announce things, right?
Sure.
But none of that exists, right? None of it exists. The only thing at the bottom of both reports is this blurb. And it says, and I'll read it to you guys real quick, because it's important, because it's literally the only thing that exists anywhere.
Let me blow
online.
it up. Here we go. That's better.
There we go. All right. So it says Builders for Tomorrow is a venture philanthropy and research organization focused on combating anti-Jewish and anti-West ideologies.
Not anti-Israeli, by the way.
Yeah, anti-Jewish and anti-West. Okay, because remember, keep Project Esther in mind. It is led by industry leaders from the tech community who have built some of the most consequential technology companies. As a venture philanthropy platform, BFT provides grants and accelerates the most promising teams and ideas. Okay, so now they are giving money, right? In terms of research, BFT leverages cutting-edge advances in generative AI and large language models to address pressing global challenges. The group conducts research across 3 core areas: combating misinformation online, identifying bad actors engaged in criminal activities, and helping to scale the most promising emerging news and social media accounts that shape public discourse.
That's psycho talk.
That's a lot.
That's psycho
right?
talk.
That is a lot of power, right?
First of all,
a lot of money.
I want to ask, first of all, they're providing grants and accelerating teams and ideas. Where are they providing grants to? Because none of that is any public data. There's no knowledge. And go ahead. I'm jumping ahead of you because you did all the work. So go ahead. I'm pulling the curtain back.
No. I mean, that's exactly it. Okay, so if you're a grant, you issue grants and accelerate teams and ideas. Where are you doing it?
Where
right?
would I
There's
go
gotta
to
be
apply for a
website
grant?
somewhere. Yeah, where do you go? Where do you find this stuff, right? So, and then, where is the information that you publish under your research? Where is the misinformation online, data that you're publishing? Can't find that. Where do you identify, when you identify bad actors engaged in criminal activity, where are these reports? And let's start off with, what's your definition of bad actors and what criminal activity? And who are you working for? Who's asking for this data? Because this seems like police, FBI. So why are you some philanthropy group doing the work of what is law enforcement? And then on the third, which was the most, eye-raising for me in terms of, narrative manipulation, is so you're claiming that you are boosting news, emerging news, and social media accounts, and you you give out grants and money. And so now you're starting to sound a lot like Israel's propaganda plan that they announced at the beginning of this year, right? That they were going to boost social media accounts. They were going to boost news outlets that were pro-Israel.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Who are these people? Yeah,
oh, wow.
Who are these people?
Oh, now I have to clip that.
Who are these people?
Who
are these people?
Who are these people? Yeah.
Yes, that's our thing. Who are these people?
I love the beginning of that. Who are these people?
Who are these people?
Yeah, so
there's Jimmy Dore.
So I spent, I think, 5 hours. I woke up early one morning and I just, started going down this rabbit hole, and I was digging and digging and digging. And, I could not find anything. That they do not exist. They do not have a digital footprint. They are a figment of ADL's imagination.
So this is what you get at Corporation Wiki. All right. This is, I'm guessing, where you started, that you found this website. All right. And it turns out that they are registered. There's a Builders for Tomorrow, Inc. All right. That's a nonprofit out of New York that was registered in 1962 and has zero filings and has never registered or done a thing since 1962. Yeah. But they've been active.
Well, not only that. Yeah, and you cannot find. So this is the corporate wiki, but I actually went into the state of New York and I looked in there because they have more data. No officers listed, no address listed, no telephone. The link to the website leads you right back to the state of New York's registration page.
Even
they
Grok,
do not exist, right?
And we know Grok doesn't give you information. Here's the state registration info that you grabbed. All right, to show again you've got, and that it was updated just last week.
And yet nothing that can point to who is behind this. No website, like I said, no websites exist anywhere, no addresses, no phone numbers. There is an entity that there's a couple of different entities that are called Builders for Tomorrow. Yes. But they're, community-based, right? So they do community-based projects like building a playground or, stuff like that.
Yeah, totally housing the homeless.
These people,
yep, I saw that. Yeah. And there was like Builders with Tomorrow or Builders around tomorrow. So it's close, but or building. I think it's Building for Tomorrow. So it sounds like
building for tomorrow.
But it's not the same, but it comes up when you search. So it buries anything that might be referencing this, although there's nothing referencing this. Now, my big question is industry leaders from the tech community. First of all, Jonathan Greenblatt could consider himself one of those because he monitors social media. But the other one that jumps out off the page at me that would be behind something like this, potentially, if it's not CIA, which very well could be, and Mossad, maybe even a joint operation, would be Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman is a guy that would absolutely be 100% behind a research organization like this, completely shadowy, completely not disclosing anything, all right, but heavily and highly involved, influential, and funded.
Right,
Okay.
right. And then there's also that guy, what's his name? Schmidt from Google.
Eric
What's
Schmidt.
his name?
He's more
Eric
aligned
Schmidt.
with the Democrats, I think. Yeah, he's a tech mogul, but he's been too public to really pull something off like this behind the scenes, I feel like.
Well, the only reason I say that is because Google has, LLMs. They do
Yes.
large language models.
Gemini.
They also do, They also do regenerative AI. If you remember from our talk about Eric Adams and that whole conglomerate that was behind the WhatsApp group chat,
Yep.
do you remember that?
Sure.
That went after the university. Eric Schmidt was one of those people.
So was Bill Ackman.
And so was Bill Ackman. But there's also, so it could be a myriad of people. And it seems like it's not just one, one company or one, set
It
of people.
could be the
It's
people in that
industry
chat.
leaders.
Consider
Yes,
themselves
leaders.
builders for tomorrow. And they're using this cutout that one of them registered when they were a kid or whatever that never did anything. That was designed solely for this purpose, which is really weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, what link that the 1962 company has to these people, but if there is, then I have to assume that that entity is probably affiliated more with the state of Israel, and they're using it as a shell. But at this point, I'm not convinced that those people are affiliated with this group. But I do know enough to know that when he's using a plural term, leaders, industry leaders,
That's more than one.
there's a lot of tech industry leaders that were in that WhatsApp group chat. As a matter of fact, there was over 100 people, millionaires and billionaires, who were industry titans. And I remember the New York Times report literally called it titans of industry, that were coordinating to go after student protesters. So there has to be some collaboration, and a bunch of these people are most likely from those group chats involved in this type of thing, because they run in these same circles. You look at different reports, you start to see the same names, like you were saying, Bill Ackman's name starts to pop up in a lot of these things. Eric Schmidt's does too. He just keeps a lower profile than Bill Ackman.
Sure.
He's not, on social media screeching like Bill Ackman does all the time.
Well, no, he worked with the Biden White House. He also is a defense contractor. He has consulting companies. He was basically going to be the Peter Thiel type figure that would have overseen all the technology of the Kamala Harris administration. Very involved with California Democrats, right? Which we know are nothing, not even liberal. They're like conservadems,
Yep.
Because there are no Republicans in California effectively that have any power. So you have to be a Democrat, even if you are a conservative. It's literally a dino, but he's pro-surveillance, pro-Zionist, pro-censorship, and against universal health care. I mean, again, that tracks with the Democratic Party right now, but not with the base of the Democrats. That's not what the base wants.
Right, exactly. And then when you look at, the fact that ADL is also part of the Democratic Party conglomerate, right? Although they, since, are trying to quietly, right, align with themselves with either party. They're trying to play that whole APAC, it doesn't matter which side.
Right.
But they are very much in aligned with the DNC.
Yep.
In terms of what they pushed. If you look at ADL reports, you look at the entire white supremacy that emerged in terms of domestic terrorism, going after white supremacists after J6, all of that, it came out of ADL. ADL was literally leading that charge, and has, on one of the threads I have a report that shows, that they dedicate significant amount of their budget requests that they do. They do this budget request to the federal government every year, where they advocate for programs that they support. And the one that I did the thread on was a $1.1 billion budget request for a myriad of, ADL-backed programs. And there was a significant portion of it dedicated to, white supremacy. But if you peel the layers, the definition of their white supremacy was a little, even at that time, was shady. And this is a couple years ago. The latest ADL report that just came out for 2024, the white supremacist section that they include, 75% of their findings in that section are anti-Israel or anti-Zionist, what they deem propaganda. And it's literally examples of, Zionists, are controlling our government. Zionists are, doing things in behalf of Israel, this and that. So that is now, their definition of what is a white supremacist. And if you tie it back to the reports that they've generated in the past in their budget requests, they now link that to domestic terrorism.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's a complete, so my point is that, a lot of this, they do lean into, I never want to call it leaning into the left, because they're not the left. They are the DNC. They lean, the ADL very much leans into the DNC, which then if you consider an Eric Schmidt or even a Bill Ackman, who until recently was DNC, it really aligns and tracks, that it is that same group, because as I'm sure you've noticed, there is a inter-Zionist war going on right now between the right and the left side of Zionism right now, between, the faction that aligns with ADL versus the faction that aligns with entities like Betar. And
all of them want to kill Palestinians. They're solidly all on that side. But just how much they tell people, how much they lie to people about it, and exactly the way they decide to go about it and who they align with while they do it are really the only things that they're arguing about.
It really is. It's having splitting hairs over, how do you present the narrative? ADL's faction is upset that, the Betar faction is really showing the true face of Israeli Zionism, that they are very much bloodthirsty. They are very much, hell-bent on committing genocide, and they're proud of it. ADL would prefer that everyone believe, that they're the victims, and that, and that it's not them, it's everybody else that's a savage. And so, so there's that battle going on, but you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, they completely agree on getting rid of the Palestinians, whether it's through death or ethnic cleansing. It's just how you present that, right, is where they're having this battle. So anyway, going back to this, to segueing into the ADL report, and let me just wrap up really quick on the Builders for Tomorrow.
Yeah, Builders for Tomorrow, because it's still crazy what's going on. That they claim that they're influencing generative AI, which it's not, again, because the CIA is the one that is manipulating Wikipedia. So if it's going into generative AI, guess what? It's CIA narratives that are being pushed in there. So if the ADL is screaming with their hair on fire about Wikipedia edits, and they claim that it's from XYZ, well, CIA is pretty good at masking IP addresses if they want to. They certainly in the past made it look like actions have happened from Russia or Ukraine when they've actually happened from Langley, and we've seen that proven out over time. All right. But what I feel like this organization, BFT, is a shadow mask for the ADL. It's just them putting something out with a organization that they're giving credibility to, that nobody can discredit, so therefore it must be credible, right? And it's not the ADL themselves putting it out. So now they're using a third party potentially in the minds of how they're selling this and how they're spinning this. All right. So it's not us, it's Builders for Tomorrow. But who is Builders for Tomorrow? That it's really you. It's you. All right. Whether it's you're paying somebody or somebody you're connected to or affiliated with, but you're co-producing it with them. It's you. I don't think that
Yeah.
there's really much mystery to that, you know, and the fact that they won't disclose anything about who they're connected to is so shady to me that it either screams that private WhatsApp group and or intelligence or both, or, you know, some kind of overlap or combination of both, because otherwise they would go out of their way to be transparent, to be able to validate the data that's in these reports.
Right. I mean, why not explain who these people are, right? I mean, what is the purpose of keeping them, you know, behind this this cloak of builders for tomorrow?
Yes, a
Yeah, this
firewall.
firewall, you know?
So
And
that their
so, yeah, so a
biases
lot of
can't be
questionable-
exposed. It's so that their biases can't be exposed.
Right. And then also, you know, it takes me back to, you know, why even, you know, what got them into focusing on this. Now, ADL's been making a lot of big moves in terms of, you know, initiatives to get ahead of, you know, the narrative or shaping narrative, right?
Yes.
And so this falls right in line with that. I don't know if you remember that that testimony that Jonathan Greenblatt gave at the Knesset a couple months ago, where he was talking about, you know, well, maybe the Knesset should create an Unit 8300 to fight this battle. I don't know if you saw that, but
No.
he was basically, yeah. So he was basically trying to tell the Knesset that the way that they're doing things is not working, and that they need to prioritize the battle against the narrative at the same level that they have prioritized the actual, you know, bombing of Gaza and bombing everybody around them, right? And so, you know, put the narrative battle on par with the tactical military battle. And so what he was saying was that, you know, we need the genius that brought the pagers, the Hezbollah pagers. We need that kind of genius to fight, to fight this narrative battle. So he was just going on and on and on about all of this. He's, you know, there's like a J7 he's created across, you know, all these big, you know, Zionist organizations that are collaborating across the Western countries and all this kind of stuff. So my point is that, you know, he's looking big picture. He's looking, you know, future facing of how do we control this narrative? How do we make sure that ultimately the BDS movement does not become, you know, successful, although it is successful, but successful in completely, you know, doing damage to the Israeli economy and following that same model as South Africa or apartheid South Africa.
Right.
And so it falls in line with that, you know, those goals that he would be pursuing and his organization would be pursuing in align with whoever these people are, to then, you know, start to get, you know, control of how AI is trained, who you know, and getting Congress to pass legislation to you know, to control Wikipedia and what information is you know, is available on Wikipedia, and then thereby also controlling how AI through Wikipedia and also other, you know, learning models that they use, controlling what AI ultimately is trained on you know, knowing, because AI is only as good as what it's, you know, the information that it's trained on and the information that it has access to. And so that's the goal there in terms of online. If you look at it and you know, you draw some parallels, that's one track. Another track that they're doing is ADL has also launched a hedge fund, and it's called JLens. They actually created that a couple years ago, but they just launched their JLens fund, which is called Tove, and the marketing around that is to how do they market it? To, you know, support pro-Israel, and of course they tag on pro-Jewish, but they really are focused on the Israel part. Pro-Israel corporations that support Israel by buying into that fund, because that fund only buys, stock in pro-Israel companies. And then their advertisement literally says, advocate for Israel in the boardroom. Well, let's kind of unpack that. And if you unpack that and kind of step back a couple of, maybe about a year, I don't know if you remember that entity called GERM, GERM. They were that entity that that the ADL headed, that basically controlled advertisers from advertising on platforms that the ADL felt was not censoring enough about
Like
Israel.
Rumble.
Yep. And so they would literally that germ organization would initiate these advertising boycotts on platforms to hurt them financially, so that then they would comply.
I've seen some other things. I've seen some other things, like what they also do is they'll go in and file copyright takedown request claims on videos that are inconvenient to their narrative, which then initiates a process where the platform is obligated to take it down, send a letter to the creator, and then the creator has to then prove that they had the rights to say that or to post that material. And if they don't, it stays permanently down.
Right. Well, I totally believe that, right? Because it's really about, creating that hiccup, that, roadblock to whether, even if ultimately it gets allowed to be put on back on the platform. Well, you just bought 6 to 8 months, right? And that's really the goal, is
no,
to
it's
just
10
make
days.
it painful.
They have to respond within 10 days, providing evidence, and then it can be restored if it's proven that there was rights there, and and not only that, but then you could technically sue the person that tried to take it down, but they're entities that don't exist. Good luck suing BFT, for example.
Right. Yeah. So Germ, speaking of entities that don't exist, so Germ was, went after X after Musk bought X.
Yes.
And if you remember the advertisement boycott that was happening on X, well, it was led by Germ. And there was a big fight between Musk and Germ and the ADL. And what they did is, when it was Twitter, they were part of Germ. When Musk, bought X, then X was no longer part of Germ. They launched the advertising boycott, and all of that stuff got ugly. Then ultimately, as a sort of, negotiated, settlement of let's stop the fight and get the advertisers back, X joined Germ. And they actually did an announcement that they were going to be, part of this, whatever. And it was interesting because
basically they bent the knee and said they would comply.
Yeah. So here's what happened, which is really interesting. X joined Germ for about 2 months, I think. And then Musk filed a lawsuit against Germ. And the lawsuit said that they were colluding against X using this entity, Germ, to boycott, do the advertiser boycotts. And they were basically pressuring advertisers through Germ to not advertise. And so the whole lawsuit was based on collusion.
Sounds like BDS to me in a way.
Yeah.
In a way.
And so, in a way, but it was different. Okay. So BDS is individuals, right? Like I can choose to boycott something, but no one is pressuring me to do it. This was different. This was a
third party entity with power. A third party entity with power behind it. Yep.
Well, and they would pressure on two fronts. They would pressure, platforms and label them anti-Semitic, but they would also pressure advertisers and label them anti-Semitic if they chose not to, toe the line.
Sure.
Because, Germ was the authority on what's anti-Semitic. And if the advertiser said, screw you, I'm still going to advertise. Well, now they were an anti-Semitic entity. So it went on both fronts, right?
Everybody's Hamas. Everybody's Hamas.
Everybody's Hamas. Yeah. So then, he filed the lawsuit, And guess what happened as soon as he filed the lawsuit? Germ disbanded.
Wow.
They no longer exist. And I read a bunch of articles about it. And they said that, the argument that they made was that Germ does not have the money to fight the lawsuit, blah, blah. But in reality, the reason they disband is because they didn't want to go through discovery. Because if they went through discovery, a lot would be revealed. So Germ is gone. So now ADL doesn't have a mechanism through which it can, pressure and gang press, platforms to do its bidding. So now Tove is launched. And you go from manipulating and pressuring and, pressuring entities to censor through advertisement boycotts. Now you've moved to a model where you're going to do the same through stock prices. So we're not talking a little bit of money. Tove touts that they have raised something like $500 million that they are using to buy stock in Israel, pro-Israel companies. As a matter of fact, they launched a campaign encouraging people to buy Tove and invest in X. Sorry, not X. What's his car company? Tesla. So to buy Tesla stock through Tove. And so when you look at it and you look at their advertisement and where they talk about, controlling or influencing pro-Israel support through the boardroom. Well, if you're a big enough shareholder, you now start to, get a seat in the boardroom. Yep. And so I think that is literally where they're pivoting there. And again, that is an effort long-term to combat the BDS effort, because companies are starting to feel the pressure, and they literally advertise this, that companies are feeling the pressure from activism to divest or, from Israel.
McDonald's and Starbucks certainly are.
Yeah.
You also mentioned social media platforms. Look at what the ADL did to TikTok in the last year and a half. The attacks that they've had on them, and it was specifically because of the amount of hashtag Free Palestine posts that were against the hashtag I'm Israel High posts. It was 10-1, and it was continually measured that way. And they were claiming it was being, done. To me, that was the only platform they couldn't influence and regulate. And they were even still influencing and regulating it. Everything was going through Oracle servers. We still had access to all of that. There were, former CIA and intelligence agents that worked for TikTok, for ByteDance. And I believe they ended up, did they sell? I don't remember what happened in the end, but it's coming to a point where it's a decision has to be made. They either have to sell it or they have to shut it down.
Yeah, they extended it. So they did a 60-day extension, and then that expired. And now they've extended it again. I don't know for how long, but they've extended it again.
Right. What they're doing is they're trying to allow for negotiations to happen and force this company to sell itself to either, I know Rumble is part of a conglomerate and X has offered to buy it. I heard Amazon was involved in buying TikTok potentially. There was a talk of Meta looking at buying them. There were a lot of, U.S. global conglomerates that were interested in possibly buying that. I think they were still trying to suss all of that out, but that's still coming. I mean, it's already kind of happened where the TikTok control was already handed over. I remember there was a date. It was like April 17th or something like that, when there was a switch that was flipped. And effectively, it was like the CIA starting to control the narrative. That's when everybody started to go over to Red Note, right? The Chinese app that mirrors TikTok. And again, that's another place that allegedly Israel narrative can't influence. But I found out that one of their board members actually is a big pro-Israel billionaire, of course. Because they are a private company as well, by the ones that own Red Note. But yeah, I mean, it's just everywhere they go trying to influence the narrative and stay one step ahead of the decision makers so that they can stay in control and ahead of the people that are trying to combat the death, the destruction, and the whitewashing of the murdering that they are doing on a daily basis for the last 20 months, continuing unabated. And now they're talking about completely leveling and ethnically cleansing and taking over Gaza 100%. What are they going to do with the people who are there? They still haven't answered that question. You know, they've talked about Somaliland, and moving them off to that. Colin and Reef covered that about 2 weeks ago on INN Check that out. There's a clip on the INN channel on YouTube about it. Crazy. And again, Trump continues this to endorse this rhetoric. Now, something's happened in the last couple of days where they're playing the game of Trump's not going to Israel, and Trump made a deal with Yemen that said that they could still bomb Israel. We all know where the money's still coming from. We all know that there's still tremendous support for Israel here, and it's unfortunate because we should abandon it. There are 3 or 4 Congress people standing up, principled ones that I don't like or agree with ever, but they happen to be saying the right thing here. You know, 2 of them would be Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie. Both of them, and allegedly Thomas Massie also takes Israel lobby money through other cutouts, as does Greene. And Greene even tried to pull some crap about Ukraine. We don't want to give money to Ukraine or to fight this, but never said anything about the Palestinian people, which was a little bit weird.
I mean, and it's very strange too, because, you know, it's never more apparent how disconnected our lawmakers are, from voters than it is on this subject, because polling after polling keeps coming out, and every poll that comes out, it shows that, disapproval of Israel has grown even more. We are now, confidently in the majority for disapproval. It's over 50%. I've seen 53%, 54%, who disapprove Israel. Any other country, and, the narrative in Congress would have changed by now, but they're holding strong, as if it just doesn't exist. As a matter of fact,
bipartisan basis. Again, Lawler and Lindsey Graham on the Republican side. Okay, you've got Fetterman and Cory Booker, who hosted and invited Ben Gvir, and Smotrich is being invited to the White House. It really is a bipartisan thing, because they've fought both sides of the argument, allegedly. Because they're not even allowing for the, hey, maybe we shouldn't be murdering civilians and allowing for a land grab and a theft. That's not even in the conversation anymore.
I mean, it's not. And we've moved into this realm where, at least, on the Republican side, what I call, pretend mega, but they're actual rhinos, they're actual, establishment Republicans that jumped on the mega bandwagon just because the wave was there and they had to write it out. But they're now changing the narrative, even where, statements like "stop the genocide in Gaza" are they're claiming is anti-Semitic. As a matter of fact, the GOP chairwoman, her name is Lisa McClain, she's holding anti-Semitism hearings again for the 20th time in the House against Harvard this morning. And I literally saw a clip of her that I posted this morning where she's on Newsmax talking about, how, the anti-Semitism and the attacks on Jewish people need to stop. Well, the clip that Newsmax, plays while she's giving her little speech is literally this reel that's on repeat. Yep, right there. That is, and I don't know who did that, if it was by accident or somebody in their control room, who had a heart, putting that on repeat, showing that you're talking about a bunch of kids standing around holding a sign that says, "Stop the genocide in Gaza," and you're saying this is anti-Semitic and you're going to get punished
And they're
because, quote
violent.
unquote, you're not following the rules. She literally says that.
Oh my God. All right, let's watch this.
It's insane.
Federal dollars is a privilege, not a right. These are dollars from hard-working American people that don't believe in anti-Semitism, that believe that universities that don't follow the law, that don't want to be transparent, shouldn't receive those dollars. So here's what I say. One, you should be saying thank you for the receiving the dollars and understanding that they're a privilege. And you know what? If you don't want to follow the rules of receiving, and that's fine, but we also have a right too. So if you have a right to do whatever the heck you want to do, we also have a right too. But notice how they kick and scream and they file lawsuits and they whine like little babies when they don't get their millions of dollars. It's really simple. Follow the rules. You have a choice, but guess what? We have a choice too. Receiving.
Oh my God, that's so psychotic.
Who is we?
Dude, honestly,
No, but who is?
We as the U.S.
No, but
government.
I was going to ask.
We as the U.S. government, all right, but there are rules. There were rules. They've now changed those rules mid-game and expected everybody to retroactively follow those rules. Wait, what?
Right.
It's literally psychotic type of behavior. All right. And then you're gaslighting and saying that, we're not going to give you this money if you don't follow the law. What law are they not following again? What rule are they not following? The rule now is, that you can't criticize Israel. Again, they changed the rules mid-game and now expect you to retroactively and moving forward not contest the rule change. No, that's not going to happen. And then they turn around and said, they're filing lawsuits and crying. Isn't that exactly what the Israel lobby does? Like the biggest projecting gaslight you can imagine right there. My word. Get that face off my screen.
Well, and exactly. It's infuriating. But if you kind of step back and think about per statement, we can also do this. Who is we? You're an elected representative. You are supposed to represent we the people.
From Michigan.
We the people. Yeah, exactly. And we the people, from poll after poll after poll, are telling you we do not support Israel. So who is we? Define we, because we is not the American people, majority of American people. We is literally Congress, the executive branch, and your lobbyists and donors, because it's not we the people. So they need to be very clear about who we are, because at this point, I don't know what else can get published that shows that there is a huge gap between where we the people stand and where our government stands. Oh, and by the way, apparently all these human rights groups are anti-Semitic.
Yeah, all these groups are anti-Semitic. It's not really 100% clear on here, but Amnesty UK is blatantly anti-Semitic because they found that Israel is an apartheid state. I guess she's never been to Gaza. Human Rights Watch has shown that they have an anti-Israel agenda. Even the Human Rights Council, which includes China and Russia, is considering investigating Israel. Of course, they don't want to investigate Navalny because he's a CIA agent, or the Uyghur Muslims because that was a CIA talking point. Okay, so let me guess that she once came from the CIA. That's my guess, is that she was on an intelligence community or committee, or that she's directly from the CIA. And we have several ex-CIA agents already in Congress, like Spanberger. She's gone, I think, now.
And she's running for governor.
Alyssa Slotkin, she used to be CIA affiliated, I believe. There are several of them. I know that there's a lady from New Jersey. She's an ex-pilot that there's questions about her CIA connections. Mikey Sherrill. There's a bunch. And I think there's more than we believe or that we know of. But yeah, she's insane. Again.
Yeah, she is.
Criticizing Israel is
today.
anti-Semitic. Yes, that is what it's boiled down to, with the legislation that failed over the weekend, with the Stopped Anti-Semitism Hate Act that they tried to railroad through Congress last December. All right, that they then tried to reignite in January. Go ahead.
I have an update for you on that. So I don't know if you saw it, but they brought, so you know how they submit 2 copies, right? One in the House, one in the Senate, but they're identical. And they do that on purpose so that if it passes one House, there's no reconciliation issue and they can just move it on, right? Okay. So the Senate, it was in committee in the Senate and it was going to get voted on. I believe it was last week, either last week or the week before. Anyhow, Bernie Sanders and there was one other person, and I'm going to forget his name, but anyway, they just pulled the most brilliant thing. They introduced, I think it was 7, either 5 or 7 amendments to the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act that literally cut the legs off of it being used to go after people who criticize Israel. And the day that they introduced those amendments, a bunch of the Republican members of the committee were not in chamber. And they did something, they finagled something with the rules where they only allowed 2 hours for anybody to contest
to offer
the
amendments, right?
To offer amendments, to come up and critique the amendments, to give their whatever. It was just a 2-hour period, and then they had to vote. So the chair of that committee is called the Help Committee. He was running around trying to find his members to show up into the committee so they could vote on this and vote it down. He couldn't get enough of them. So this gang of 11, which included all the Democrats, plus Rand Paul, and at least on 2 of the amendments, also, what's that woman's name? The old woman from Maine, Senator Republican. Not Lisa Murkowski, that's Alaska, but the other one that's old like her. Yeah.
I can't.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Not Shaheen.
No, not Shaheen, but the other one with the glasses, dark hair.
Susan Collins.
That's it, Susan Collins. So Susan Collins on 2 out of the 5, I believe, and then Rand Paul on all of them, along with the 11 or 9 or whatever all the Democrat members were, and they had the majority. So they passed all of the amendments, and the amendments were literally things like, you cannot use this to go after people protesting Israel. You cannot do this if people are voice their opinions about, what's happening in Gaza. You cannot use this to do, like, it was literally like, you cannot do this, you cannot do this, you cannot do this. And they kept citing the First Amendment, saying that this is a violation of First Amendment. So they all passed.
Wow.
And let me tell you, the pro-Israel lobby was like on fire. And I wish I was in the halls of Congress to see the chairman of the Health Committee, along with his like AIPAC buddies, running around like frantic people trying to find their members to come vote. But the whole thing, yeah. So it was great. It was brilliant, very savvy, a political moment for Bernie and gang.
Wow. While they're still whitewashing support for the bombing of, sending defensive weapons to Israel, whatever the fuck that means. Nonsense. Great. So he delayed it for 38 seconds. Thanks, Bernie. I am not a fan of Mr. Sanders at all. I feel still very badly taken and lied to by him. I don't like what he's doing, going around the country and having rallies that allegedly promote, the fighting the billionaire class while not saying the word genocide, while not acknowledging Palestine, while not doing anything other than fundraising. That's what this is. It's a fundraising tour. Because he doesn't want to, I can't with this guy anymore.
It's beyond disappointing that, and again, he can claim that Netanyahu is whatever, but it's not Netanyahu, it's Israel. It's Israel. It's not just one person who's the psychopath. It's their entire Knesset. It's what they have voted to do. It's now Smotrich. It's their heads of all of their intelligence agencies. They've just had turnover and with everybody, so I don't know who the new people are. But allegedly, they're even more hardline and psychopathic than the ones that were there before. That's not good. That's not good.
No, not at all. Not at all. But I will say, I will take the tiny inches that we get because it is such an upward battle. And so the fact that these things are even happening now, I think is a positive sign, that we need to continue the pressure and that we will get there. It's just very frustrating, to your point, that this hasn't happened already and this isn't happening faster, right?
Well, I think the worldwide,
insane.
The global pressure also is making a big impact. And it's not even necessarily, they don't listen to our citizens. Our citizens have no impact. Where it's having impact is the bucks. All right. That's all they listen to is their fucking money anymore. So now you've got multinational corporations. Now their stocks are starting to get really affected by this. BDS messes with people. So, well, then we'll just invest in defense contractors and surveillance companies like Marjorie Taylor Greene buying into Palantir, which had the best Q1 of any corporation in the stock market. Okay. That's what you end up seeing is they start shifting their dollars into the organizations that will support, suppressing Palestinian voices. And again, like you're talking about with this this hedge fund promoting companies and investing in companies that promote the genocidal intentions of Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
we'll see. But I do, I don't think that we would have seen, about 2 years ago, some of the stuff that's happening now, I would have probably, if you asked me, I would have never guessed that they would have happened,
Again, Israel committing the kind of murders they've committed daily and having it live streamed to our phones every day for 2 years with the U.S. not stopping it and continuing to send the weapons. There is a massive disconnect between and now the other thing is, as I've said, there's a lot of people that if they're not on Twitter, they're not seeing this because no other platform is really allowing Instagram a little bit. I don't see it on my Facebook feed at all. I'm on Facebook. I don't really even see it on a Blue Sky feed much, though it's a little bit there. Nobody's on Blue Sky. It's a wasteland of nobody. Substack, it's certainly on Notes. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say Truth Social is similar. I mean, it seems like nobody's on there but bots,
Yeah, that they're echo chambers and bot farms, but Substack Notes, you can curate your own feed, so you can choose to see what you want to see or not. So I would guess that the pro-Israel people are just muting or hiding anything that is showing anything that Israel is actually doing. The starvation of children and looking at all of these emaciated photos of kids that haven't eaten in 2 months because Israel continues to blockade any aid going in from anybody. Not just that they're responsible for providing aid themselves because they've completely walled these people in, but they're also blocking anybody else from potentially getting there. And there was a story this week, I mentioned it briefly. I got questions even over this whole flotilla thing. They've tried this a couple of times. I thought it was every time I think it's a mistake. It's sad, but Israel's never going to allow that to successfully happen when they block trucks and everything else. So it's literally just inviting them to attack a ship and to create a narrative where they're attacking a ship that's trying to bring aid. Now, my other question is, have they been constantly following Greta Thunberg around because they sunk that ship and allegedly she was on her way to get on that ship? And there was narrative that they saw she was heading there and they didn't want to sink it with her on it because that could have been potentially a much bigger story. So they did it with her on the way to the ship. But that means that they're tracking her movements. They're tracking her cell phones or somebody around her, or, and I don't want to say the worst, the other thing that I'm speculating, but I have speculated that she's been invited to a lot of places that Zionists have hung out. She's done the pro-Palestine narrative, 100%. Been pro-Palestine. All right. They need somebody out there to say that, but she is still one of the most prominent public pro-Palestine activists who has no power, right? In reality, she doesn't run a company. She's a mascot. She's a representation. So for her to do that, while it's inconvenient to them, it also helps to serve a purpose in a way. And I don't think that they necessarily, that they're 100% opposed to people that are out there opposed to them. They need opposition so they can play the victim, right?
Yeah, I mean,
remember,
I don't know.
They like to buy all sides of the argument. This girl has been in the public spotlight since she was a teenager. She was elevated to a level that nobody else had been globally. I got questions, while she again is a vocal champion on behalf of freeing Palestine and saying, again, we have to look at media, that nothing that we see in corporate media that is pushed isn't controlled. We have to think about it that way because it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just something to think about. But, again, this is all designed, everything that you're talking about, all this research is designed to whitewash a narrative that Israel is stealing the land and the resources from the people who inhabited that land for decades. All right. They've already squeezed them the way that the U.S. has squeezed the Native American population here into smaller and smaller and smaller locations as they take more and more and more of the land. We had reported a couple of weeks ago that Israel just moved the line in on Gaza, like a mile and a quarter, the entire length of the fence that borders Gaza initially. So they were literally just little by little taking the land. And now they've announced, well, no, we're just going to take it all down. So that's where we are now, that they've now pulled the mask completely off and said, yeah, we're going to ethically cleanse them, but we're going to do this. Again, we said this over a year ago, plus we knew that this was the plan. They never really had any intent to get the rest of the hostages back. They've been using that as an excuse and as a shield to commit further murders against people that are running for their lives and living in tents. And then they call them terrorists. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen, really. And people ask me, like, why are you so angry? I ask them, why aren't you? What's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't understand how people can be so passive about it. It's because it's not happening to them and it's not happening around them. And they're being kind of pushed around so much with the rest of life that they don't really have the time to pay attention to it. It's painful and they don't want to pay attention to it. And they have to fight against the people that make their lives nice and comfortable. So they don't want to do it that way either. I think that's kind of what's happening here. It's a complete denial of reality. And what's going to happen if and when reality actually does slap everyone in the face is what I'm wondering. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, what will happen. I feel like the next, year and a half going into the 2026 election is going to be interesting. For me, I feel like it's a moment for us in America to decide whether we're actually going to attempt to take back control for our own country, or are we going to just, continue to capitulate, continue to just, allow the narrative to manipulate us. Because to your point, if you look at these DNC rallies that they're using as, the resistance or whatever the hell, What are they saying? What is different about what they're saying than before the 2024 elections?
It's just Trump's a fascist.
You know,
Trump's a fascist.
yeah, yeah. But, you know, that's what Kamala Harris ran on, right? Is that the orange menace is enough for people to not want to vote, you know, for him. And they were wrong. It's not, you know?
You got to give people something to vote for.
Same.
You got, first of all, it's got to be different. All right. And I can't stand the person that I'm quoting, but when given the choice between Republican light and Republican, people will choose the Republican every time.
Yeah. And so here's the thing, okay, is that there's so much wrong with that, right? With the way that these, you know, ninnies and these idiots and, you know, and they're all bought left, right. I don't care which side you're on. You have to acknowledge that they are completely compromised people whose only purpose in life is to promote themselves. They could care less. Maybe a handful actually care, but the rest don't, right? And so you're just in the machine grinding away and doing things that to advance yourself. And so you're going to toe the line regardless. And despite the fact that all the data points at if you start to take a position on certain things that align with voters, you will most likely not only win, but win by a landslide. The fear of what the lobby will do to you keeps them from making that move. And so it's cowardice.
They just saw it
in
Bowman and Bush. They literally saw what happened to Bowman and Bush. They saw the Israel lobby spend $20 million to defeat them in primaries and put pro-Israel people in their place. And it worked in both cases. You know, I wanted to go back. I forgot to mention and show this, the influence that Builders for Tomorrow has, and the report that they provided to the ADL has literally influenced people who it should not be influencing, like Ilhan Omar, for example, referencing that report, now giving further credibility to Builders for Tomorrow, that non-existent entity that we talked about earlier, referencing the report that was put out by the ADL and them as something legitimate. All right. That's insane.
Yeah. And if you look at, so first of all, there's accounts like that guy Gunther that was pushing this. Then you see Libs of TikTok pushing this.
Right-wing narrative.
Then you see
No, that Libs of TikTok and Gunther are part of a right-wing narrative factory that all coordinate and push a story for the day. There's no doubt about it. Dom Lucre was involved in that and others. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I would like to reframe that, because from my perspective, it's not necessarily right-wing narrative. It's a very pro-Israel narrative.
Sure.
And Libs of TikTok is almost always, that way, and Gunther is that way, and a lot of these other people
that's her name. She's made the trip, the pilgrimage, and by the way, these are all the people that were given the Epstein documentation that was bullshit months ago.
Yeah. Now that Dom Lucre is going to Israel, and he was invited to the White House, and is now, posting about, if you don't stand with Israel, then you're some racist and blah, blah, blah. It's just insanity, right? So these people push this story on the weekend, that two of the biggest stories about, the pro-Israel lobby and Israel's infiltration has broke. Number one is the story of, Michael Waltz, his firing, the fact that he backed up his, the fact that he was fired, the story that came out that, the reason was that he was colluding with Benjamin Netanyahu against Trump on the Iran deal. Then a story comes out that on the day he was fired, that he backed up his Signal chat onto an Israeli app that backs up Signal chats, except it saves the whole chat. But it's an Israeli company called Telemessage. Then a story comes out the very next day that Israeli app Telemessage was just hacked. And then the following day, a story comes out that, oh, that Israeli app also had a huge security breach because they posted the passwords to all of their users on their website. So you have to even wonder if the hack was even a hack, or if the dude just went on their website and took the passwords and started, going into everybody's Signal chat backups and started posting them. Huge story. Second story is about Mike Lawler and the pushback that happened on the Anti-Boycott Act, which was going to, put penalties in place, and where Americans who boycotted Israel based on a campaign that aligned with a foreign entity or international entity would face $1 million fines or 20 years in prison. These are huge, huge stories. These are pro-Israel lobby paid politicians. They are backed by pro-Israel. They take money from pro-Israel. They vote pro-Israel. One was fired, for God's sakes, for colluding with Israel. And yet, on that weekend, this story, 8-year-old video clip of Ilhan Omar emerges and goes viral. Like, what is going on, right?
Distracting from narrative.
Exactly. Right. So now you've got all the right, because they use Ilhan Omar because she is a lightning rod for the right. The minute they see her, they lose their minds and they start, oh my God, look at what she just said. And she hates white people and blah, blah, blah. But you look at it and you're like, well, wait a minute. If you're somebody like me who's been looking through ADL stuff for a long time, this is exactly what the ADL says. What are you talking about? And then let's also step back and realize she is one individual in the minority party who herself is a minority within her party, not, ethnically or whatever, but I mean in terms of the position she takes.
Right. Her views are not popular within her own party. Sure.
Yeah, policies. She has zero power to do anything that's anti-white on any level. So whether she says this or not is completely irrelevant. But let's talk about who does have power, who has submitted budget requests, who has sponsored, programs to label, criticism of Zionism in our government as white supremacy, hate speech. Oh, look, it's the ADL, and they've been doing it for years.
And look,
Josh
Gottheimer, who was in talks to become a VP candidate and now is within leadership in the House. Hakeem Jeffries, they certainly are in positions of power, and guess who they're loyal to? It's not really you. We live in an Israel first country. I hate to say it, but it's absolutely fact.
Insane. The ignorance is what gets me, because it's like, guys, all you have to do is just step back and think through this a little bit. Like, she has no power, but put that aside. Who's putting this out? It's the ADL. And guess what? I posted that thing, and it was just a complete, coincidence. I posted about 5 minutes before Ilhan Omar posted her post, and I said, if you're worried about who's behind this, you need to direct your ire against the ADL, because that's who's actually pushing this stuff. But, getting all upset because of what she said, it's just, it's ridiculous. It's a stupid waste of time. And of course, 5 minutes later, I see her posting, and she's like, I got this data. It's an 8-year-old clip, and I was quoting the Anti-Defamation League, which said that there was a 78% of white supremacists were extremist-related murders or whatever, she quoted right there. And so I'm like, well, bam, there it is. I know it came from the ADL, because this is literally what I've read them talk about over and over and over. But nobody is talking about it, and that, you don't see Gunther or Libs of TikTok or any of these other accounts now come back and say, oh, well, let's talk about the ADL now, because if Ilhan Omar is such a racist bigot, then what about the ADL? No, you'll never hear that.
No.
What you will see is in about a year, this story will resurface again, and you'll have sheep losing their minds over this again.
Yep.
And so it's just where we are.
And it's her using the ADL report at all right, is a problem for even these libs of TikTok, while they are pro-Israel, they don't like the ADL either, because the ADL has been a Democrat-aligned organization. So the fact that she's using the ADL only further punches herself in the face, because the ADL's already been discredited with a lot of people on the quote-unquote right, even the pro-Israel right, because they are aligned with the pro-Israel left. Which is, again, all of them want to murder Palestinians. None of them don't. All the pro-Israel people, they don't want a quote-unquote two-state solution. They don't want a one-state solution that's democratically and that is apolitical and that isn't religious. There's only one thing that they've advocated for, really. You know, and even the conversation about two-state solution, Netanyahu and everybody in Israel has said is a non-starter. So anyone who talks about it immediately, I have to discount, on top of the fact that their quote-unquote version of a two-state solution does not allow the Palestinians to form their own military. It doesn't allow the Palestinians to have right of passports and free travel. Like, it's not really a two-state. It's not really two states. It's still apartheid. No matter how you look at it, it's Jewish. It is Israeli supremacy. See, I just did it myself because of how they constantly conflate it. They are Israeli supremacists, 100%. You know, we also covered. They talked about the settlers, the documentary, The Settlers, on IndieNews and everywhere recently because of this Louis Theroux documentary, where he was literally just interviewing Israelis and Palestinians about the conflict and about the occupation and about what they experience. Issa Amro is a famous Palestinian that was interviewed, and he had the IDF and a pogrom of young Israeli settlers go to his house and try to harass him. They cut his tree down. They stole his tools, and they really just messed with him because he spoke to the BBC. That you can't even speak about what's being done to you, or they will come and harass you, take your stuff, and potentially kill you. It's unreal. And again, my worry is that's what's coming here. They've already started to do it to the activists that were on the college campuses last year. They started rounding up and deporting people like Reza Ozturk, that I think she might still be in an ICE detention facility. I could be wrong, but for weeks she was held because she wrote an op-ed in her school newspaper that Israel should stop bombing Gaza. And if that's what's happening now to the quote unquote, immigrant Americans, how long before they actually turn this domestically? And they've started to talk about deporting Americans, like citizens, to CCOT or elsewhere. That's wow. I mean, again, on behalf of the people who are paying them, which is Israel, for criticizing Israel. Nothing to do with America. That's so anti-American, I can't even begin off the charts. And then you've got Trump. Now, again, people think Trump was brought in because his sycophants would defend it no matter what. And so far they have. They've been right.
Yeah. But I think that there's also, there's definitely a shift happening on the right. Politically, I cross over between, leftist ideology and then also libertarian ideology. So I have this leg in like two factions, right? Yep. So I kind of read and follow two different, groups. And what I'm noticing, at least on the libertarian side, which obviously a lot of those people also will, share, mega posts and trends and things like that. So I see it a lot. I'm noticing a big shift happening. There's definitely a splinter within mega itself that's happening. in terms of, Trump's pro-Israel stance
Fell for it again.
versus America First.
Yep.
Yeah,
Fell for it
like the
again.
America First people are really starting to question, how is this America First? Like how, now obviously you've got the Christian Zionists who are probably going to be the very last holdout because, they've got this whatever religious belief that,
Their end times nonsense, right?
Yeah. But aside from that, the folks, within that umbrella that are, truly America First and were, they really had hopes that, with this presidency, that there was going to be a focus on domestic, issues, domestic rebuilding, the economy, the infrastructure, immigration, all this kind of stuff. That's where you start to see that there is a huge rift happening because those people are like, okay, it's been several months now and this is only getting worse. And this pro-Israel bullshit needs to stop. I've never seen so many comments, and a lot of them follow me. And I have never seen so many angry comments as I have in the last few weeks where, people comment things like, I voted for him every single time and I will never vote for him, or I voted for him and now I will vote to put him in jail, or just real anger coming from the right that I had not seen prior to Trump's election. And so I think that there is an awakening happening, definitely online. I don't know how much that translates into what segment of the population is on. I really need to look at that statistic. Like what segment of the population is online versus not online in America?
Almost all of us. It's like 90% are actually online and engaged in some kind of social media. Even in the ones who say they're not, they're looking at a Facebook news feed and they're seeing corporate media pushed out to them through their news feeds, whether they like it or not. They're getting propagandized.
I'm trying to figure out, in terms of, this sort of paradigm shift that's happening, what percentage of the population that's actually affecting in the US? That's kind of, where my question is. I'm seeing this trend. How reflective of that is that? How much does that reflect?
You have an age divide. All right. Under 55, under 60. It has a tremendous impact because they're on social media much more. Once you get over the 55, 60, it starts to drop off as they watch more corporate TV and spend less time on a computer and plugged into what's actually happening versus what they're being fed by the corporate networks and the narratives that they want to push more exclusively. And that's what I saw.
Yeah.
Again, as I was down in Florida, and I was talking to people that not exclusively, but mostly still watch corporate media. They watch the 11 o'clock news and they don't watch much TV otherwise. So that's basically how they're getting their information. They're not on Facebook and Twitter for the most part. They're reading articles, but they're reading it from AOL.com or from Apple News, which of course is heavily influenced by corporate media and Zionists. Okay, everywhere that they're going for their news sources has been influenced and touched heavily and controlled and manipulated by the Israel lobby and the pro-Israel and anti-Palestinian narrative, except for social media circles, which is where the ADL is running around with their hair on fire, creating fake organizations like Builders for Tomorrow, all right, Building for Tomorrow, in order to be able to try to control that narrative as well and influence. They claimed that they were artificially inflating certain accounts and stories that fit the pro-Israel narrative. It said it right in their name. They're not hiding what they're doing, and they're doing it either in the shadows or through our allegations using the $150 million that the Israel lobby committed at the beginning of 2025 to shaping narrative in the United States specifically.
And that kind of it's a good, as we were kind of reaching the end here. I wanted to just touch on the ADL report real quick, since we're talking about ADL so much.
Yes.
And because I think that's kind of helps. It's a good segue to what you just said about shaping the narrative and the information that's out there, because they're definitely using this. You see this cited on corporate media all the time. And so if you go up to, I think.
This is the beginning of this one.
Oh, no. Sorry, just go back down to what you just, oh.
I was on your page, sorry.
Yeah, so if
This
you
one,
go to,
right?
yes, yeah. But there should be a, yeah, that's fine. That one works. Is there a way to zoom it or no?
If I just close it, that zooms in.
There we go. We could just focus on each one separately. That's okay. So I went through the ADL data, their anti-Semitism report. They break it down into, sections and describe, what each entails. In 2023, the Jewish Currents did a wonderful audit of this data because, unfortunately, up until a few years ago, they actually would provide a link to samples of the incident reports. They no longer provide that. It's just, trust me, bro. But Jewish Currents last year specifically audited their data and had access to all of their data. And they, wrote this like scathing report where like 44% of the data was not anti-Semitism. 36 were, for 2023, 36%, which is the red column right there, was protests against Israel. Another 8% was unverifiable. It was literally the ADL saying, the incident said the date, anti-Semitic incident happened, and that was it. Like there was no data, no description, nothing. So they threw that out, and came up with 44% of this, remove it, and you're just left with the black portion of the bar graphs that I have listed there.
Right.
Yeah, and those are
at the bottom.
The black bars, yeah. And so the red bars are all anti-Israel, criticism of Israel, protests, anti-Zionism, those type of
and then
things is
that
what they
tiny
have
little
there.
pink thing is the white supremacist anti-Israel or anti-Zionism, which they deem to be white supremacist. But the majority of it is literally just, hey, Zionism is not Judaism. That's considered anti-Semitism.
That they throw that all in there as anti-Semitism. Now, if you look at the 2023 data that I just discussed, you've got 44% of it on the top, and of course you have that gray section, which is like the unverified stuff. I was able to break that down based on the Jewish Currents audit. We don't have an audit yet for the 2024, so I don't have a portion for unverified. But regardless of that, majority, 66%, if you count the anti-Israel, anti-Zionism plus what they deem as white supremacist anti-Israel, anti-Zionism together, that's 66% of the 2024 beta.
Right,
two-thirds of it falls into that category.
9,300 incidents, 6,500 of them, 6,300 of them allegedly not.
Yes. So if you look at where it says 2024, the very next column where I put other, that's the black column, the black portion of the bar graph.
Yep.
So
3,100 out of 9,300. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's incredible difference. But what they sell is the entire bar. Oh my gosh, it's still increasing over last year. Well, in reality, it actually decreased.
Because if you just look at the others, right, if you just look at the others that aren't Israeli / whatever Zionism related, and then this is unverifiable. I don't even know what was the unverifiable again. That's ones where it just literally was trust me, bro, with a date.
Yeah. And so that's that portion. But if you go back, so they claim that at the end of post October 7th, they changed their rules and they now include a lot more anti-Israel, anti-Zionism, which is why the bar graphs exploded, right? The data exploded. However, ADL adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which makes criticism of Israel anti-Semitic in 2016. And so when you look
at that.
starting in 2017, now
You get
2017,
numbers. We get data.
Yeah, you start to get numbers. Now they included it in 2017, but they didn't break it out, which is why I don't have data there. But it's starting in 2018, they start to break it out. And if you look, every year those numbers are growing. And of course, post October 7th, they grow by a lot because there's protests everywhere, saying, hey, stop the genocide.
Right. And every one of those protests they consider to be anti-Semitic.
Yes. And do you know what else they include, Indy? Do you remember the protests that happened in front of the synagogues that were selling the illegal Palestinian property?
Of course. In Brooklyn and in Teaneck, New Jersey, and in Toronto.
And in California.
And in LA, right.
And, yeah, they include those.
Right. God forbid you protest us trying to auction off the land that we're stealing to Americans. Wow.
Yes. Okay. So, but what they do is they do not talk about what the protests were about. They just talk about that there was protests in front of them. And per civil rights law, if you have anybody posing a threat, quote unquote, to a religious institution, it's considered, it's considered hate, right? Now, you actually have to pose a threat, right? So these instances, you don't have police or FBI reports because these people weren't posing a threat. They were protesting in front of a synagogue because inside of it was a scheduled real estate.
Right, they're auctioning off Palestinian land for American only American Zionist Jews to buy. They wouldn't even allow an anti-Zionist Jew in the building who wore like a Free Palestine shirt because they might have bought the land and then gifted it back to a Palestinian.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
There was an incident that happened. That's interesting. I would love to see that clip. But yeah, no, I believe it. And in Toronto, there was, an actual Jewish rabbi, along with her congregation, with pro-Palestine protesters who protested in front of it. But it was also interesting because, a anti-Zionist Jewish woman actually was able to get into one of those events and was recorded it. She was French, so the recording is in French, but she has English subtitles. But you get to have a first look, and she asked very pointed questions, and it's very clear that they are very aware that they're selling property that is stolen, is in illegal settlements, but they sell it as, oh, there's nothing to worry about. They're never going to get this land back, stuff like that. Anyway, point is, those incidents are included in ADL's report.
Right.
As is in 2017, which I thought was the most hilarious thing I read in these reports. In 2017, there was an Israeli who lives in Israel who made 150 bomb threats against Jewish community centers in the US. They included that into the anti-Semitism report. Now, I don't know about you, but I've never heard of, same race hate being categorized as, racial hate. I mean, the guy is in the tent doing this. Clearly, he's got something wrong with him to doing what he's doing. But you cannot categorize that as racial hate, or religious hate, because he's part of the tent. Like, what is this, So it's just the report is completely bonkers, and yet no one questions it. No one asks. Even when the Jewish Current came out and did their audit, mainstream media didn't pick it up, and so it's just they're content with continuing this lie.
Yeah, unbelievable. Well, I think that might be a good place to cut it off
for now. I want to put up the slide. You know, we are completely user funded. We're demonetized on YouTube. The best ways to support INN, if you want to see more content like this, is to help us out and contribute via Cash App, ko-fi.com, paypal.me/IndieNews Network, or INNnewsletter.com. You can subscribe there monthly or annually. You can also do it at IndieMediaToday.com. That's my Substack, my newsletter. I also want to let people know where they can find you and follow you as well. Let me put up your X account here so they can find you here. Is there anywhere else they can find you?
I mean, I'm mostly on here. I have a TikTok account. I use the same handle everywhere. And on Substack, and I'm actually on Truth Social, even though I hardly post on anywhere else. So mainly on X.
Okay, at GenXGirl1994, you can see her handle there. Follow her, support independent media and independent researchers, sponsor free media. That's really important. That we are not getting paid by anyone to say this. We are doing it because we are researching it, and we are screaming and so angry about the lying and gaslighting that's been happening in the narrative out there by the people who are getting paid to say the opposite. So somebody has to come out here and tell the truth. So that's what we're here to do. Again, GenXGirl, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, your research, your knowledge, and sharing it with everyone. And we'll be back here again soon for another one-on-one, you can be sure. This has been INN One-on-One. I'm Indy, and thank you so much for watching Support Independent Media. Have a great night, everyone.
Can keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your heads. Why play civil if you won't listen to 50,000 dead? And now we know our mission, we form a militia, make Congress a prison. No, why play civil when all these dead won't make you listen? What's more American than slaying your oppressors? What's more American than liberty or death first? God, I thought we were founded on abolishing the tyranny of those who would starve a village all to live empirically. And I regret that I have only one life to give for my cause now that I can see the cause so clearly. See, I want our leaders, regardless of party, to fear me.
Who are these people?